Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. So we were just taking a little walking tour here on campus, and we will get ready here in just a couple minutes.
You let me know, Justin. I'm ready when you are.
And let me. Ed, are you able to share your screen?
Looks like I can. Yes. You want me to show you?
Sure.
Are you looking at my Commodity Challenge website?
I can see it. Awesome.
Okay. I'm gonna stop the share now, though.
Okay. And all of the resources you gave me, I put into that Google folder. So everybody here has the opportunity to pull those up.
Wonderful.
Okay, so if you can grab your food and your drinks and what you need and start heading to your seats. I want to keep us on schedule here. It is 9 o'clock. For the Zoom sessions here, we are going to have to use microphones, right? So we can all hear Ed on the speakers, and I have to speak into the microphone so he can hear me and you can hear me. And if you have questions, I've got other microphones here we can pass around, and you can ask questions through the presentation. All right, are we ready? Okay, so first up today for our Ag Economics, Ag Marketing session, we have Ed Uset from he is an educator extension professor. There we go. Let me get that right. From the University of Minnesota. Ed has a commodity challenge curriculum that he would like to share with us. And Ed, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, Justin, and thank you very much for inviting me to this program. I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to talk about Commodity Challenge, but I will start with a few PowerPoints just because I can bore you a bit about that. Just a moment. Okay, as Justin said, my name is Edward Usson. I'm a grain market economist with the University of Minnesota. I write columns monthly for Corn and Soybean Digest and Farm Futures, and I've got my email there if anyone wants to contact me. And Justin on my behalf put a lot of information into the Google shared folder, and we'll talk about that. I would like to talk about Commodity Challenge. It's an online trading game that features real-time cash, futures, and options quotes. And unlike other trading platforms, the neat thing about this, and we've been around for 20 years plus now, but really hit our stride about 8 years ago. This game is about risk management of commodity prices. It's not about speculation. You know, the CME group has a speculative platform. If that's all you want to do is buy low and sell high. But I'm going to assume that many of you are teaching students, working with students who come from a farm, come from a production background, and have to manage that risk. That's where it's good. Commodity Challenge, I use it in my own course at the University of Minnesota, a course on commodity markets, and it's a wonderful hands-on complement to whatever ag class curriculum you have going. By the way, it's mobile friendly. You can Your students can do it on their phone if they want. It's educational. It's also free because we get support from both ADM and the CHS Foundation. Those of you who don't know CHS, it's the largest grain trading, grain merchandising co-op in the country. They're based in Inver Heights, about 4 miles from my home where I speak right now. By the way, you're all an ag background and always wondering about rain, and we've had rain the last 12 hours straight here in the Twin Cities. Here's a little background in Commodity Challenge. I manage this for the university, and I will show it to you here in a moment. But we've been starting over 200 games a year, each year since 2015. And this little pie chart just shows you who used it last year, calendar year 2022. I started 94 games for high schools. Now, when I say I start a game, I mean someone sent me an email and requested a game for their class. So I started 94 for high schools throughout the country, probably 20 different states in 2022. For community technical colleges, such as represented here today, I started 44 last year. Universities, including my own class, 77 games, and private, nothing stops a bank or a group of producers somewhere putting together their own game for educational purposes. I get requests there. By the way, community colleges, I started games in 10 different states in the last 2 years. I just thought I'd put up this list of 8 community colleges and junior colleges just in Illinois for whom I've started games in the last couple of years. And by the way, Justin, I know you're from Highland Community College. You're number 6 on the list. I just put them up in a random order. Starting a game is very easy. All you have to do is send me an email and a note, and I need to know 3 things from you. When do you want to start the game? When do you want to end the game? And your location. And the funny thing is, of course, is if I know you're from Highland Community College, I didn't look that up. I know your location 98% of the time, just looking at your email and information that you send. I know where you're from. I really need the start and the end date. And by the way, this is real time. This is not a simulation game. It's a real game that follows the actual market. So I recommend at least 4 weeks long for a game. You want the students to experience the up and downs of the market. My game goes 10 weeks, covers much of the semester. 8 to 10 weeks is a nice time frame. Now the question for you is what type of game is right for my class, because we have 4 different types of games I can start. And by the way, you can start more than one. Nothing says you're limited to one. There's no limit, by the way, to how many students can be in your game. I've had games with 200 people in them. I've had games with 5, and it's fine. You can do a seller's game, grain seller's game, a grain buyer's game, a practice game, which can be either one, and a guided game. And let me just talk briefly about each of them. The seller's game, when I set up a seller's game, your students are players and they are producers, grain producers, corn, soybeans, wheat, and they have grain to sell. And by the way, when I say real-time cash prices, when Justin requests a game for Highland Community College, I believe you're in Freeport, if I'm right, if I recall, I find a market, a cash market, an elevator, a merchandiser, an ethanol plant near your college. So your students are looking at cash markets in their area. So the advantage of the seller's game, first of all, I think most of your students have this background. They probably, a lot of them come from the farm or close to the farm, and they've got, that's their understanding. They're thinking about the price of corn and soybeans because they have it to sell. This, by the way, can be configured as an old crop or new crop game. In other words, I can set up a game where you are pricing the 2024 crop, not the 2023 crop that's being harvested as we speak. Here's the problem I have with the seller's game, which can be a problem. Like any grain producer with storage, they really don't need to do anything. You know, farmers can just put the corn in the bin and wait and not do anything. And I think this game is at its best when people are doing things, which brings me to the buyer's game, my own preference in my class. In this type of game, the players, the students, are not sellers of corn and soybeans. They are buyers of corn. They're supporting a livestock operation. They need to buy maybe 5,000 bushels of corn every week, okay? Now, the good thing about this type of game is they must be engaged. They got to do something every week. They just can't blow it off for 5 weeks and sell it all at the end. You have to feed the animals. The problem with this game is, of course, this isn't the natural inclination of most of your players, but I like it. I really like the buyer's game. Now, you also have you can set up a practice game, which can be a seller's game or a buyer's game. It's just a non-competitive game. And by the way, I downplay the competitive side of this. But the nice thing about a practice game, as a second game, is you have something you can assign actions to them. Rather than wait for them to make up their mind on what to do, you can tell them, hey, today, make a cash sale of soybeans, forward contract some corn, sell a futures contract. This gives you something to grade. You can give assignments and just see if they did it. And it's a nice complement to a competitive game. These are some of the actions that I might assign. Yeah, 1 week on a Monday morning, send out a note. Hey, this week I expect you to make a cash sale of 5,000 bushels of soybeans. You choose the day, etc., but make a sale. And Justin, I think, shared with you, I want to make sure you understand that I put my assignment into this Google folder for you. So you can see how I run my assignment in my class. I don't have the perfect approach, okay? And you have your own ideas how to do it. But feel free to take my assignment and copy it, edit it, mold it to your own uses in your own class. But you will see exactly how I do this. Another example, the next week, have them price 10,000 bushels of corn with a forward contract. The following week, ask them to sell a futures contract. The following week, ask them to buy a put option, and just keep going back and forth and keep them busy, because the whole purpose of this is to get them engaged in the market, looking at the market, thinking about the market. Now, so we've talked about a seller's game, a buyer's game, a practice game, and finally there's a guided game, which is simply a grain seller's game. I set this up during the COVID, the spring of 2020, when COVID was shutting down the schools, and I recorded videos, and basically this has been created for a distance learning environment. I can set up a game, your players watch short videos and take instructions from me. And it's just, it was really created for those of you who teach a remote course. And by the way, I remind you, why not start 2 games for your class? I have 2 games. I have the buyer's game, where they have to buy 5,000 bushels of corn every week for 10 weeks. And along with that, they got to tell me, why'd you buy it today? What did you read? What did you see in the market? And then I have a practice seller's game in my class. And there I give them assignments every week, sell cash grain, buy a futures contract, whatever I got in mind. and that gives me something to grade. And people, I don't know what to tell you. Here I am at the University of Minnesota, and it's frankly the easiest assignment in the world. Just do what I ask you to do. And it always crushes me when I find out that about a quarter of the students just don't even do what would take them 3 minutes to do. But that's a little aside from a teacher. Let's explore a buyer's game and a seller's game. And what I want to do is I want to go to Commodity Challenge, the website, show it to you, show you how to join the game. We're going to explore the game specifications as laid out. We're going to place an order. I might show you how to check the actions of your players using my own course and just review the curriculum. So I'm going to stop the share here and share a new screen. Good grief, where did Commodity Challenge go? There we are. Do you all see this? Do you see? Yeah, okay. This is the Commodity Challenge website, okay? And for you, when you first go here, commoditychallenge.com, all one word, all no breaks, you're going to have to join it. And that means establishing a password to get into Commodity Challenge in general. I, of course, have already joined the system. All I have to do is log in with my saved password. We will ask you a few questions, but we don't have anything to sell you. Okay, so don't worry about that. I'm going to log in. And this is my home page, and every player has a home page, shows all the games I'm currently involved in. First, we also, by the way, have market comments from ADM and from CHS Hedging, so your students have up-to-date market information every day. They don't have to go look for it themselves. Let me show you first how to join a game. I'm going to hit this Join a Game tab. And we've got all sorts of games here, buying games, selling games, open games. By the way, when I tell you that I start over 200 games a year, that doesn't include 50 open games that I create that are open to the general public. See, when I start a game for you, I'll give it a password for the game so that no one can get in, no one outside of your class can get in there and muck around. But I always have open games for the general public. We have private games, which would be password protected, etc. Here's what I'm going to do. In the game section, I am going to search for Illinois. And you can see there are some games here. See this second one in the list, Illinois 2023 Old Crop Corn Open. This is an open game that I created about 2.5 weeks ago. And I do this in every state, a corn game, a soybean game, a wheat game. When I start a game for you, I will encourage you to encourage your students to join an open game and just mess around. Okay, so let me show you how I joined this Illinois 2023 Old Crop Corn Open. I'm going to join the game. Boom, I'm in it. Okay, and this gives me some game information. In this game, players can sell cash grain or use forward contracts, futures, and options to price grain harvested in 2023. It goes until July 1 of next year. I am the game leader. And by the way, when you sign up in the system and I create a game for you, I'll make you the game leader of your game. That gives you powers to look at what's going on. And what about this game? I've got 100,000 bushels of corn that was harvested in late September. And my market is TGM in Sandoval, Illinois. Okay, tells you a little bit about my game. I'm going to show you the leaderboard. It's a brand new game. There's only 2 of us there. I don't know who Connor is. It's only 2.5 weeks old, and of course it's harvest time, so I don't expect many people here. But my typical open game, I might get 30 people in this game in the next year, maybe 40. I have had open games with 200 people, and I'll be damned if I know where they came from. Okay, so I showed you how to join an open game, but let me show you, let's go back to my home page. And let's hop into my game right here at the top. University Commodity Marketing 3411 2023 2023 buyers. This is the game I'm using in my class. I'm going to hit the play button. I've already joined it. And got a little information for you. In this game, players must buy 5,000 bushels of cash corn each week to feed their livestock 50,000 bushels over the 10-week period. Futures and options are available to lock in input costs, but your animals can't eat a futures contract, so make sure to turn that futures contract into a cash contract. My market is Minnesota Valley Grain in La Center, Minnesota, a little bit south of the Twin Cities. Let me show you my leaderboard. And by the way, we've got a leaderboard, and in a buyer's game, the lowest balance is the best. That's buying at the lowest price. I never grade my students on how well they do in the game. I call it a competitive game, and I hope their competitive juices get going, but I just don't grade that way. I'm from the grain industry. I'm not a lifer at the University of Minnesota or in academia. I spent 8 years in the trading pit of the Minneapolis Grain Exchange. I was a buyer and seller of grain, particularly wheat. And I can tell you from experience that any idiot can get lucky for 10 weeks. Okay, so don't grade based on performance. And the smartest student you got can have a bad run and end up on the bottom of the pile. I've seen it. I've got 40 students in my class, and this, I'm probably breaking all sorts of, violating their private rights here. But these are my students. Shows you that we have your game will have a leaderboard. We have a grid view too. Okay, just showing you a bit about the game. I've got cash quotes. The spot market is for corn is $4.61 in La Center, Minnesota. That's 32 under the December contract, showing you some futures quotes. And by the way, if I click on this corn, it'll take me straight to the CME Group webpage. Okay. We've got a lot of information, a summary of my information. I have already purchased 10,000 bushels of the 50,000 needed, etc. My positions, I've bought 10,000 bushels, net quantity to purchase 40,000. I have no open orders, and here are my previous transactions. I am going to place an order to buy cash corn. So I'm going to hit this cash button. And I want to buy corn. Most of you, if you have a seller's game, they'll have corn and soybeans and or wheat available to sell. But I'm going to buy 5,000 bushels. I can choose to buy it at the market where it's currently trading, or I can set a price. This is something for students to think about. Well, the market's currently at 461. What if I set a price? This is the hands-on learning. What if I set a price at 450, 11 cents lower? And I said, well, that's great. I said, your challenge, of course, is the market may not trade down to 450. So, and you have to get this done by the end of the week. So I encourage students to put some orders in the market below the current price if they have a number they want. But this gives you a chance to explore that idea with them. By the way, some of my students get absolutely gaga-eyed because they'll look at me and they'll say, "Geez, what if I buy corn today at $4.61, and in a week from now it's $4.40? It's 21 cents lower." And all I say to them is, "Welcome to my world." That's the way this goes. I'm going to do it at the market. I'm going to review my order. It says purchase 5,000 bushels of corn at the market. I am going to submit the order. And you will see it in the open orders here. Commodity challenge, typically takes 30 minutes or more. Don't expect an instant answer. But, 30 minutes to an hour, you will see your fill. I can do a futures contract, and let's just do that. I am a buyer of corn. I would like to buy a futures contract to lock in a price. What contract do I want to buy? Well, this is the nearby is the December contract. Number of contracts, I'll just do one. One futures contract is 5,000 bushels. Again, this is sort of hands-on stuff. I'll do it at the market. Review the order. Buy one contract of December 23 corn at the market. Submit the order. Okay. It's pretty straightforward stuff. And here I now have both of those orders in there. And yeah, there it is. It's pretty straightforward stuff. Allow me for a moment to show you how you, as a game leader, Justin, I'm sure, is a game leader. All these other community colleges, you're probably represented there that I had on the list. I've made you game leaders. Let me show you how, as a game leader, you can see what your students are doing. So I'm going to go this admin tab, manage games, and be patient. It's good, but it's not overly fast. I'm going to put in 3411. That's in the title of my game. Okay, here's my buyer's game, second one on the list. Now, I have the ability to edit that game. You won't have that. I can view my players and how they're doing, but this is what I want to look at. I'm going to view the orders, this little $sign icon. This is cash purchases made in the game, okay? And it shows all of the cash purchases made by my different players. If I go way down here, now remember, I'm only in the third week of this game. Now I've got another list of futures contracts bought. Now the thing about the game is I've structured it. Players can buy futures contracts to price grain. They can use call options, the right to buy futures. But I also emphasize you don't have to. Okay? They're pricing tools. If you don't want to use the tool, you don't have to. And as a matter of fact, we haven't covered those tools yet, so some people are uncomfortable with them. Starting next week, we start talking about futures and options, and then they may get more active. These are the futures contracts traded. These are the options contracts traded. I just want to show you all these cash purchases. Remember, here I'm looking at a gentleman who bought 5 bushels. He obviously doesn't know that you have to put in the order as 5,000 bushels. But if I scoot over to the right here, I've got the opportunity to print this out in an Excel file or a Word file. I just want you to understand this because as instructors, maybe you want to grade them on whether or not they did anything. And here's your chance to print out the results, and you can, and I do this. I go through it and I give people points for whether or not they even did it. Okay. So you have that power as an instructor to look at those things. Are there, by the way, I'm talking, droning on. Any questions? Anything you'd like to see?
I got one question.
Sure.
Do you have tutorial videos? And then also under that curriculum tab, what's there?
Yeah, that's the last thing I want to cover. Let's go to curriculum. First of all, two tabs here. Under the Learn curriculum, I've got 3 courses: how to develop a pre-harvest grain marketing plan, how to develop a grain buying plan, and how to develop a post-harvest grain marketing plan. These courses I developed 10, 12 years ago, and they're part of my book. I'll show you in a bit. But I reshot these videos, updated them just this last summer. So they're all new. These will be a series of short videos called 5 to 10 minutes each, and maybe 8 to 10 videos in each of these courses. I also have PowerPoints that go along with it that you can use. And then you have curriculum here. This is for the educators. We do have PowerPoints, some test questions and answers. I'd like to get in and update this again. Not that there's anything wrong with it. It's all good, but it's a little bit dated. It's funny. You set up examples with $4 corn, and for a couple of years, $4 corn looks way too cheap. And then a couple of years later, it looks way too expensive. But so it goes. You've got a lot of stuff here. I don't think anyone develops a full curriculum off of what I have, but I guess you could. There's no reason why you couldn't. All about grain marketing on the left side, all about grain buying on the other side. And you say, well, what's the difference? Well, if you're a buyer, you're using futures and options in the opposite way. You're trying to buy futures to price input costs. As a seller, you're selling futures to lock in a selling price. Okay. So you've got these things here. You've got to learn these online courses and some readings that I've developed, and then you have the curriculum. And the curriculum, I believe, is only available to you as a game leader. Okay? Any last questions on the game itself? Because I'm going to exit it and wrap it up and see if I can't answer some more questions.
No more questions here, Ed.
Okay. Then I'm going to stop the share and share just the last few PowerPoints that I have going. I just want to tell you that I have written a book on grain marketing. In fact, I just released, and this is on Friday of last week, we just put it up for sale. The 3rd edition of Grain Marketing is Simple. I wrote the 1st edition in 2007, the 2nd edition, and it was 2015. I guess I'm doing 8-year circuits. The 3rd edition came out. If you go to, we sell it through lulu.com. Just go to lulu.com. It's, I should know how long it is. It's 300 pages, give or take. Lulu.com and type in Grain Marketing is Simple, $39.95. You're all thinking that this guy from Minnesota is using this moment to line his pockets. I want you to know that all the money goes to the University of Minnesota and not me. And of course, I'm talking to a bunch of Illinois educators, so that alone might be a deal killer that it's going to the University of Minnesota, but so be it. 5 main sections. I am aware it was not written as a textbook. It's really written for producers, grain producers. But I am aware that there are a half a dozen community colleges and colleges who use it as a supplemental text in their course. And that's wonderful. That's great. So if you're interested, take a look at that. Love to see you place an order and get a copy for yourself. That's what I have, Justin. I thought I'd leave a few minutes. Always good to be a little early and not late. Any last questions?
Any last questions? Ed, thank you so much. That was great. I have used this in class for a few years, and it's outstanding. And the curriculum you've put with it is really simple to use and works really well as supplements to the class. So thank you so much.
I appreciate it. People, I thank you for your time. Thank you for the invitation of being part of the program. I wish I could be there live. I do a lot of travel during the fall and winter, but I couldn't make it this time. So thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Ed. Okay, so we'll take the last couple minutes in your booklets. You have, get you your page numbers here. So in your booklets on pages 11, 12, and 13, obviously in the next 6 minutes, we're not going to be able to make some major changes. My idea here is that you can glance over it. I know the ag marketing stuff that we talked about is not, it's only a small piece of ag economics. But if there is something in there that needs changing, updating, if there's any ag economics people on our Zoom that like to contribute, take a few minutes and glance through that and make some comments or suggestions. Yes. Sorry, just so the Zoom people can hear, can you repeat that one more time? You're good.
The third textbooks that's listed under suggested textbooks, Penson and Caps, is no longer going to be published. So we just need to take that off our list. And then I was curious what other colleges might be using as reference textbooks other than that one, because that is the one that we use at Joliet.
Anybody?
I know at Parkland we use one by Cengage. I have no idea who the authors are because I don't teach the class, but I know that the previous instructor liked it okay. The current one likes it okay. So whatever that's worth, I think it's like the 7th edition or whatever it is.
I've got Monica recording the changes up here.
So I think that I was just trying to look that one up. I think that's the one I use also. So how'd you receive notification of that? And will that not be available, period, or they're just not going to make an update? Okay, could you?
It is not my bookstore. I went and talked to the bookstore. They went to the website. I talked to the bookstore on our campus and you cannot purchase it from them now at all. It's out of print. So my bookstore got on Amazon and bought as many as she could find for my spring class.
Do you think it'll still be available online? Because we have the inclusive access. Can they still get online versions? They're just not going to print them anymore? Because that might be a option.
At the end of this semester.
Right. It was supporting it to the end of this semester.
And then the Drummond book. The Drummond book on the list is also not available. I used it up until 3 or 4 years ago is why I went to the Pinson book. So I'm curious to what everybody else is using also.
Sarah, thank you for the comment in the chat there. There's a resource listed there. That's the one.
So I'm using Barkley for my Ag Econ class. It's by Andrew Barkley and Paul Barkley. Graphics are pretty weak in it, but it does a nice job of basic introduction to topics. The title is Principles of Agricultural Economics, 3rd edition. It's by Rutledge. And you can get if you've subscribed to Rutledge, you can get a free ebook that you can explore in fact, I don't even have a hard copy of the book. I just use the ebook. And like all of them, and I was talking to somebody earlier, but they do these stupid things called budget lines and indifference curves that nobody is going to be using ever. So as an economist, I see that as a useless part of all of the books, but.
Any other resource suggestions? And if you can't read the board, there are plenty of seats in the front. You can move on up closer.
I fully understand I could move to the front. I still don't think that will solve my problem. That I stand up real quick.
ISBN, okay. 978-053-845-3080. Introductory Economics of Food, Fiber, and Natural Resources, Essentials of Economics, 10th edition. Cengage Learning. As ManQ. That's from Sarah, and Wayne said he also uses that textbook. We will record this and make that available to you as well. So if you're trying to write it down, we'll get you the information that's posted in the chat. All right, we will have a little bit of time in our business session to go back and kind of rehash some of the stuff that's in these syllabi. But I do want to keep us moving on to the next one. So, and once again, if you have to use the facilities, go right ahead, and we'll keep it rolling. Oh, here it is.
Could I
Okay,
add
so-
one thing about that textbook real
Yeah,
quick?
go ahead.
It is a great overview of introductory economics. However, you have to supplement with the agriculture component. So just know that going into it, that it's a good overview, but it does not focus in the textbook on agriculture. So you have to supplement.
Thank
Does
you,
that
Sarah.
help?
Yeah, that helps. That's great. Anything else? All right, Drew, you on? See your name there. Oh, you're muted, I think.
Perfect. Hopefully everybody can hear me now.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yep. So, hi everyone. My name is Drew Stout. I'm from product support at Precision Planting. I'm here to kind of talk about a high school precision ag curriculum me and my team have been developing. And then I'll touch a little bit on kind of how we've entered the junior college, community college realm as well, and kind of what we're looking. Our goal is kind of to try and really get a part of education, because we're struggling to find people in precision ag, and from talking to other teachers at the high school level, it's not widely taught. So we saw this as an opportunity to maybe strengthen and enhance kids' knowledge, and build them up to, if hey, they want to have a career in this. A quick overview: if you don't know what precision planting is, we started off as a company in the early 90s that was looking to kind of solve any agronomic issues that guys were finding on their planters with a retrofit approach. We've now since then transitioned out to not just in planters, but now we're working in combines, air seeders, box drills, sprayers, getting into soil sampling. We're basically looking at still that retrofit approach, but it's not making a grower totally revamp his system to upgrade his technology. You can add stuff to your existing systems to better enhance it. So that's kind of a quick overview of what we do, and I'm in the product support region of that. So I'll go ahead and get started with what I have here.
Drew, just so you know, the resources that you put into that Google folder, everybody that's sitting here has access to that. So if you need to reference any of that material that you shared, they can all see that. So
Awesome. And yeah, that's basically what I'm going to go through here. I added all those resources in that folder. So if you want to go back and take a look, or as I'm kind of going through stuff, if you have any questions, feel free to kind of, just raise your hand or, stop me, and I'd be happy to try and answer those. But just kind of starting off with what my curriculum that I've built is, and kind of like the scope of that. What's the purpose or why? I kind of touched on that when I first started speaking, but the big thing was from last year's National FFA convention. We made a push last year that, hey, we want to get involved in FFA as well as education. So what better way, we thought, to get talking with FFA advisors. So we went to National Convention for the first year, and we just kind of started having those conversations of, okay, like we got an idea of what you're doing in agriculture, but what about specifically in precision agriculture when you start talking about the advancements in technology? So basically kind of what we got was it's not widely taught, and there's not a whole lot of resources for it. They don't know where to start because it is kind of just this broad sector. So we saw that as a perfect opportunity of us being in that sector of ag to try and spark an interest in precision ag and just broaden kids' overall knowledge on that. I think knowledge is power. This maybe is something that kids had not have thought of before, or they don't really know much about. And this could be a potential career choice for them. And that, stems whether you go to college for that, or if you want to start working at a dealership, or even, a company like us. Like there's lots of different options you can do in that realm of agriculture. So that's kind of like our why of why we wanted to get involved with this. And this is kind of a little survey chart that I had put together based off the feedback. We essentially, it's kind of a lot to look at here, but in layman's terms, basically, we gave them a set of topics, and we asked them to kind of rank them of their first choice or their very last choice, which is number 8. And it's just kind of the percentages of people who chose these as their first choice, second choice, all the way to choice number 8. So obviously, when we kind of looked at it, lots of guys were involved or were interested in the agronomy, precision, GPS, drones. That's kind of the typical stuff you think of when you hear about precision ag, which we kind of anticipated. So we've kind of tried to take the feedback we've gotten here when we're developing our lessons for the students, but it was nice to see kind of what topics they saw as interesting and maybe ones that weren't as interesting. So there's just kind of a little visual here of kind of what we were looking at when we first started creating this. So our scope for this for these lessons in this curriculum First and foremost, when we also asked this at National Convention, and advisors had emailed us what formats they would like the curriculum in. First and foremost, they said lesson plans, so then they could have a printable thing or something that they could show to administration that's following the state standards, kind of has the objectives, all that good stuff. They wanted that. A PowerPoint presentation, something that they could share with the students or present in class. Guided student notes, that was kind of an interesting one that a few advisors had kind of talked about, but I thought because this is such a broad topic, precision ag, instead of making them, just take notes on these entire lessons, what if we kind of give them guided notes based off, what are the main takeaways we want them to get out of each lesson. So guided student notes will be involved in these using the Cornell Notes method, if you guys are familiar with that. And then in addition to that, also a teacher's guide with discussion prompts, ways to just kind of set the stage and, get the ball rolling, like when they're bringing out these lessons. So we're pretty happy with kind of the variety of resources we're giving them within each lesson, taking the feedback from what they gave us. I come from an education background. I actually graduated college in elementary education, so kind of shifted gears and I'm in ag now, but I was able to kind of take some of my experience when designing this and merge it into something what I think is pretty cool. Kind of our timeline goals here, what we're thinking to start by the end of this fall, and I'd say fall of 23, but it'll be probably more closer towards the first of the year, pre-spring. We want to have 4 hours of content up and available to ag teachers across the nation, and it would be found on our Precision Planning's marketing website. And it's going to focus on agronomy and precision ag, just basic courses, just kind of get that flywheel turning on what is involved in precision ag. What is it? Before you go into all the tools and all that good stuff, you want to lay a groundwork for, kind of what this sector of ag is. So that's kind of what we're thinking for this fall, 4 hours of that. And then this coming spring, we're hoping to have another additional 2 hours of content, a more planning and harvest focus. Planning and harvest are the two categories that precision planning kind of first started going in. We started off as planners, then we designed our own yield monitoring system. So there's a lot of resources that I have available to me here in-house that I can share with live demonstrations, videos. There's a lot of experts in other companies that we're able to talk to as well. Those are kind of our next two areas we want to focus on. Fall of 24, another 2 hours. And if you notice, it's kind of a very easing in of content. It's not throwing everything out at once. We want to kind of have time to groom it and make it look nice and neat, make sure we have everything in there we want. But yeah, fall of 24, another 2 hours of content with more of a fertility and chemical focus. That's another thing that people don't necessarily think about in precision ag. They think more of the displays, GPS, all like the techie stuff, but how we play a part in fertilizer and chemical, that'll be kind of cool for me to share. And then spring of 25, another additional 2 hours of content. That's kind of like looking way ahead, but just to give you an idea of what our timeline, what our goal is for rolling out content. So can I have this grid here of topics that we've, been thinking about? Obviously, I talked about agronomy and precision ag, just, the basics of it, planning and harvesting, chemical and fertility. Now down at the bottom, I have auto guidance and GPS. Those are kind of the stereotypical things guys think of when you talk about precision ag. So I definitely want to touch that because there was such an interest from our feedback from the students and the advisors in the auto guidance and GPS realm, but also data storage and analysis is another thing. I think it's really important that we touch on why you want to store your data nice and neatly and how you analyze that data and how growers can use this data to make better decisions and enhance their operation. And obviously there's blank spaces in here too. Like I'm constantly looking for ideas and things to add or potentially new topics. I know my timeline said fall of 2025, but we look to keep extending this. So any and every idea that could fall, we can implement into this curriculum is what we're trying to do. So there's definitely room for discussion on kind of what we talk about and what we design, which is another really cool thing about this. So I've kind of talked about the high school, the way we were planning to get involved and what we're kind of doing with that. Now, I know we do have a lot of junior college, community college representatives here today. My manager, Joel Reeker, who wasn't able to be here with me today, he actually teaches at Illinois Central College, and he had worked on creating a one-year precision ag certificate with the college there. Basically, ICC already has a precision ag associate's degree. Now, we tried to look at this as, okay, what's another way that maybe we can get kids to go to school or gain a knowledge in precision ag, but if school's not their thing, how can we maybe get them still with a little bit of schooling and prepare them to say, go work at a dealership, go work, somewhere in a precision ag company. So Joel was very helpful in creating what we see in our technicians here at Precision Planning, other OEM companies, what they look for. And you design that around existing courses, whether it's in the diesel power or agronomy classes at ICC, and they formulated this 25 credit hour certificate for kids to go and get that hands-on experience, maybe do some internships with a dealership, and then that will help them lead to a job later on. I think that's a great thing when you go to a career fair, say at a high school or something, and present to kids. I know I definitely went to school with kids who school was not their thing, which that's totally fair. I see something like this as a great opportunity for kids who maybe don't want to go the college route necessarily, but yet they're still getting a great education in an area that truly does need workers. I talk to dealers almost every day, and it seems like at times they cannot get enough help. So this is a great opportunity, I think, and we're always looking to, if this is something another community college would be interested in and coming up with, we would be happy to kind of share what we can as far as resources or help kind of formulate that. Any other things we can kind of help if you guys have existing precision ag programs or certificates in place, we'd be happy to help out with that as well. So if you have any specific questions on the more of the college route, I can try and do my best to answer those. If not, I can get you in contact with Joel, like I said, who wasn't able to be here today, but he would be able to go and kind of give you the more ins and outs of maybe how we get that ball rolling if you want to get involved with something like that.
Drew, can I pause you right there for a second?
Yes, sir.
So our screen here is not real big. I apologize for that. And I just want people to see what is on the screen here that you're showing. The course list for ICC's Precision Ag Certificate includes an introductory to precision agriculture course, crop production, electrical systems of heavy equipment, hydraulics course, harvesting equipment, planting and tillage equipment, electronic controls, monitoring systems, hydraulic system analysis and repairs, as well as a advanced precision systems course in that layout. And that is a total of 25 credit hours that would be completed in 1 year. Anybody have any questions at this point for Drew? All right. Back to you.
Yep. All right. I will go ahead and exit out of this, and I'll kind of share my next screen here. So I want to kind of just give you guys an overview or an example kind of what our first lesson would be looking like on the high school side. I'm looking for feedback, especially from the college side of things too, because if there's something that you think kids would maybe want to know at the high school level before they would get to college and get involved in precision ag, that's definitely something I want to hit. I want to set them up for later success, if this is a career path they want to choose. So this is the first lesson that I have developed. We're still kind of getting into the editing stage of getting that, officially sent out. We have sent it out to some advisors who did, who were interested in piloting the program. And I've heard nothing but good feedback so far. So any way I can improve it, I'd be happy to kind of take any critiques, and all you guys will have access to this. So yeah, so the first lesson, it was just kind of the definition and protocols of precision ag, just getting into the basics of what it is. So I've listed our objectives here. I know you said the screen is kind of small, so I'll go ahead and read this then. These objectives do align with the standards I've put on the actual lesson plan, and these objectives on this PowerPoint are on the same lesson plan. But just so kids can see then, okay, well, why are we doing this? What am I looking to get out of this lesson here? So the first one, students will be able to list individual components of precision ag framework. Students will be able to describe the relationship between the components of the precision ag framework, and students will be able to present how precision ag benefits an operation. So starting off, the main question, and I think, you get this quite a bit. What even is precision ag? We hear this term. What does that exactly mean? And the best way at precision that we can describe it is a data-driven farm management strategy that assists in making better informed decisions using modern technology to increase profitability. And that's merging traditional practices that a grower uses in crop and livestock production, but just finding ways to tweak that and make it more profitable for them. A lot of times, we're looking at breaking down an operation to small sections instead of a single unit. When you look at a single unit, there can be gaps that we're missing, and it's kind of hard to gauge, maybe where we're at. But if you break your operation down into smaller sections, maybe see where we would look to improve it, kind of like I talked on the planner when Precision first started. We looked, okay, what's an area of your planner that you think would benefit? Oh man, I really wish I could maintain the depth I'm planning at. Well, great. We have a hydraulic downforce system that helps you maintain that depth. Just a quick example of kind of, where we're going with that. So we've laid out our framework of what we see. You start with your operation. You start going into data collection, analysis, decision-making, actions, profitability. Now, this is not a linear, process of, kind of how all these pieces of the framework work. You can these are cross-categorized in my opinion, as far as kind of what areas in the framework that, you could be dealing with. And in this lesson, I'm going to explain kind of what each of those frameworks look like, but this is the forefront of kind of the different frameworks that make up precision ag and kind of what it is designed to kind of better enhance. So starting with your operation, that would be a crop and or livestock production. It's the operation that a guy or girl has on their farm. It could be really anything. Data collection, that could be done using cameras, sensors, and other tools to record and calculate data. So an example in crop production, drones for field scouting, soil sampling, GPS, auto steer, variable rate technology when you're putting down fertilizer. Examples in livestock, you have electronic tagging, virtual fencing, smart feeders, smart scales. The list goes on, but just kind of some quick examples of where it's seen, where data collection is seen on an operation. Analysis, you're taking captured data, converting it to a user-friendly form. It can be viewed on a display in your cab, on your phone or iPad, desktop computer, laptop. They don't have to be necessarily in the field to see this data of what's going on their operation. And who uses this? Farmers, agronomists, vets, other ag professionals can then use this to help their customers. If you are a crop consultant, you can help your customers, your growers, make better decisions. If you're a farmer yourself and you have access to this, you can see that and know, okay, this is an area maybe I could look to improve. Decision making, that's taking that analysis, seeing that data, and coming up with a decision on what route you want to go. It allows a professional to make a confident choice on where and how an operation can be more efficient. So kind of some examples we see on our side, it's increasing herbicide usage from a scouting report. We have heavy weed pressure in this area of the field. Okay, maybe there's a way I could improve that by, doing some variable rate, or, instead of broadcasting, I'm doing maybe a more spot spray system in those heavy coverage areas. What variety seed to plant off based off, your soil sample, what is going to be the best, variety for your field for that time. Total acres planted, which can be generated by your in-cab displays and GPS. A guy can know what he's covered, and where he's put what when he's planting. And then feedlot activity, that's reported by electronic livestock tags. Doesn't require someone to be out on the ranch looking at every, cattle, checking all those tags. They can see that, from a mobile device. They have a way to track that maybe when they're not there. Just some examples of, ways in which you could implement precision ag in the decision making. In action. So, that's pretty simple. That is taking what you've decided on your decision and you're putting it to act. You're going through with it. You're implementing those strategies based off, what you've analyzed on your operation. And profitability, that is essentially just your yield or output. Our belief, accessible data leads to better decisions, resulting in a more successful operation. I kind of talked about how knowledge is power. The more you know about what's going on an operation, I feel like the more successful you're going to be, because you're going to have a broader perspective of all the components working on your operation and maybe where you need to tweak something. And then at the end of this lesson, we have a simple check for understanding, just for kind of students to kind of go through. And on all these slides, I've made a notes page that the instructor can pull up that has the essential questions from each slide, kind of like as they're talking through it. What is the main thing from each slide do we want the kids to get out of it? So that is kind of my, that's the first lesson. And I have 3 other ones that are in the process of being developed. That was kind of the first one that we have complete. Were there any comments, anything you liked or maybe didn't like, or things I could change? Or I'm very open to critiques or anything that you guys are seeing.
So I think first, as these are lessons for high school students, is there any feedback initially from this group that we could provide to Drew to help guide him as he creates these lessons, right? So kind of like how we ask our employers, what do our students need to be employees at your position? What do we expect high school students to understand or know coming into our programs if we're going to have a precision program?
I think the biggest thing that would be helpful from my perspective is knowledge of terminology coming in. There's if we can get everybody on the same page there, just some basic terminology, I think that'd go a long ways by the time we see them.
Very good. Any other thoughts?
Absolutely. Thank you.
I think from the community college side, when we go back and talk about what some schools like ICC are doing, what resources, besides helping create a certificate, are there some specific hardware resources or things that precision planning could provide to our programs to help us teach some of those concepts?
Yes, I mean, we have a variety of test stands that we take to different farm shows and we use for dealer trainings and internal trainings here. If it's something that we get a high enough, desire for from colleges, that'd be something that we could look into of supplying. Yes, it would be specific precision stuff, but it would at least give students an example of, well, hey, this is what a yield monitor is doing. This is what that's looking like. It allows them to actually tap around on the buttons and kind of see the amount of labs you could probably tie to that. It would be really cool, I think. So yes, I mean, absolutely. Not only just, telling you what courses maybe to design and formulate into a certificate, but yeah, we have access to lots and lots of resources, not just ours, but through all our dealerships and other OEMs that we are partnered with. So
if somebody here would like to get access to those resources, do they contact you?
You can contact me, and I can pass it along to Joel, because like I said, Joel is kind of more the liaison for the college route. But either one of us, we are both on the curriculum team as a whole. So if you email me, I'd be happy to pass that along, or, you know, give you the information that you need to move forward. Yeah.
Awesome. Everybody here has your contact information so they can email you or get a hold of you. Any other questions for Drew? Drew, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. And I got a few more things I want to show.
I'm sorry.
Yep, nope, it's no worries. I wanted to, so can everybody see this still? Yep, okay. So,
Oh, sorry. Yes.
nope, it's no worries. So I showed kind of the lesson plan PowerPoint, and I talked about another thing that I would implement into the entire lesson itself. This is just kind of an outline of what an actual like lesson plan would look like. You know, you have your standards up the top, and these all come, and obviously these are coming from the standards that are available, the objectives that you found on the actual PowerPoint, and it kind of really just lays out the before, kind of how we're, you know, getting into this lesson, just a way an instructor to kind of lead into this. Your during, and that's going to involve your presentation and kind of going through those slides, and your lab activity. Those activities and kind of those discussion prompts will be more in the teacher's guide that they can follow through, or they can design their own. I don't want to feel like I'm an instructor is handcuffed to what they can talk about. These are just kind of examples of, hey, this is one way you could start this off. Because at the end of the day, you know, it is their classroom. However they see the best way for their students, that's what I ultimately want. And I left a few boxes here for any areas of growth for the teacher or like the students on the lesson, maybe things that went good, things they'd want to change. Just kind of that way they can have that visual of knowing, okay, I taught this year, how can I maybe change it for next year? Then other notes or little tidbits of info they'd want to add. So really tried to make this kind of editable for them to kind of customize and make it to where they can kind of do what they want with it. So that's kind of what the lesson plan would look like. This is the student notes page that I've kind of put together. So we'll have your topic or the lesson name. Student will put their name and date. And just kind of has your key terms and stuff from that are tied with the lesson. Like if you get something out of it, that this is what I would like you to get out of it. Like what is the goal? So then they're not sitting and just like taking notes on everything. Because it can get a little in-depth at times, and we don't want to. We want to make sure they're getting out of it what they need to get out of it. So I've listed some questions here that they'll be able to get through the discussions or from the actual PowerPoint itself. And just like kind of with the lesson plan, I'm not requiring them to, you know, they're going to take notes kind of the way they best seem fit. When I got to college, that was kind of one thing that I noticed, at least with my professors. There wasn't really a way in which you're supposed to take notes. You kind of had to design your best way of taking notes and soaking up that information. So I saw this as a great opportunity for kids to get practice on, you know, that college style of note taking, writing down more of those key terms or maybe some diagrams or some visuals, because it's kind of, you know, helping out both ways. You know, it helps them understand what they need to understand, but also gives them the flexibility and the experience of taking notes kind of like their own style. So when they get to college, they'll have maybe some practice with that. Any questions on the like the guided notes that we have put together?
No questions here. I think it's great.
Okay, perfect. And then I got one more thing, and then that'll be the end of what I have to say. So this is the first one, the lesson 1 teacher's guide. Just kind of list out the materials that the teacher is going to need. Once again, list out those objectives. I really tried to just make it very clear what those objectives are, put them in multiple places. This kind of, you know, referring back to the actual lesson plan outline in the intro, I've developed a couple scenarios that A teacher can kind of, start as like a morning bell ringer or something with students if they're sitting in groups or whatever the case may be, kind of get their minds thinking about how they can introduce this lesson. I start with just a basic scenario, not really ag-related, just to kind of get students thinking. And then I go into another scenario that is more ag-related. Then that would kind of lead into the presentation, which, you're going to go through the PowerPoints. And in this, for each slide in this teacher's guide, it says on what each slide of that presentation, maybe the questions you could ask. It has the answers to them as well. So as students answer, they can kind of, look at this and see if they're on the right track, or if, they can maybe prompt a little bit more. I really tried to just give the instructors as much resources as possible, while also keeping it to where they can customize it to their needs. And then there's a reflective activity. For this one, it's just having students explore other precision ag websites and maybe doing a quick write-up of why this would fall in the precision ag category. In this lesson, we've talked about what precision ag is, kind of what that looks like as far as the framework. So if they go to, Case IH or John Deere, Kinsey, what are those companies selling that you would consider precision ag, precision planning? Like what do we sell that kind of falls into what you had talked about in that lesson? Just kind of gets their minds thinking about, hey, well, what's this look like? Kind of do a little research activity on their end.
I think it's all great, Drew. And it is definitely great to see the precision planning putting efforts and resources into creating this for high school students, and then as well as trying to partner with community colleges and helping develop some curriculum. So any other questions for Drew? I hate to rush you a little bit, but we're kind of on a time crunch, and I really appreciate your time. Drew, thank you so much.
Yep, no problem. Thank you guys for letting me speak and listen to my spiel.
All right, have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
Okay, on pages 15 and 16 in your booklet are the ag mechanics syllabus. Once again, I mentioned this last night at the dinner. Precision planning is not necessarily in this ag mechanics syllabus is the transfer ag mechanics course. But I think most of us in this room are trying to incorporate precision ag in something that we teach, and it is has an ag mechanics focus. So I guess on that syllabus, same thing, kind of, take a look at it, glance through it. Is there something that's glaringly incorrect? I know the resources list there is really short. So if there are some resources we'd like to add, fire away. Jay, I see you chomping at the bit there.
So maybe something to just delete off the list on page 16, like ITCS isn't a thing anymore. So while there is some stuff out there that's not available to purchase, AAVIM, I don't think it's been in a long time been around. I know like resource 3 and 4, their latest edition is 1973. So I know you can buy it on Amazon, but I don't know if anyone's using those as instructional materials for those classes. I think a lot of the other stuff is around, but it's very general. So
anybody online have any resources that they would like to add or corrections to the ag mechanics syllabus? Speechless. All right. You mentioned some stuff, Jay, about things that are maybe outdated or don't need to be on there anymore. Are there things that we need to add to that? You're teaching this course at the university, right?
yeah, I'm teaching this at ISU. The suggested text, that's the one that we use. There is an online version of it too, and some of that stuff doesn't really change a whole lot. It's just some of the basic principles. So we used that suggested text in that course. I just pull a lot of stuff from online resources. I mean, I could make like 3 pages of stuff, but one of the things that I just would want to know, because I teach this course and I also teach our ag ed students, is it doesn't really provide much direction on what labs to include in the course. Because what I'm doing and some of the students like, well, you should have done this in this course. And they're like, we never worked on an engine in this course. And some people never did surveying. And it really might depend on what tools and equipment that you have. But I would like to see added, at least for us, like even some suggested labs that people do to at least give people idea who you may give it to an adjunct or you may give it to someone new.
That's a good point. They have suggested labs called.
I was just supporting that because we have a suggested labs for many of our other courses. So I concur.
Thanks for the support, Kim. Anybody got a favorite lab? What do they do? What does everybody do in this course at their school? Several of you are teaching it.
Yeah, we'll do engine repair. We'll disassemble or we'll just do a quick maintenance, either one.
Small engines? Yep. So small engine, tear down, put back together. Bill?
We do electrical wiring exercises, surveying using the laser transit as well as the optical transit, construction project, like a real basic carpentry and concrete work, construction projects, engine, large engine, basic maintenance, and we're not tearing them down like you would in a diesel class. Safety and, examining, going through an equipment check. We do those things.
Very good. Thank you. Willard?
Yeah, we do basically all the same things. My suggestion that's probably missing from this outline is safety. So I know Bill just mentioned it, but a full safety unit, just critical, across all sectors. So I would add that to the curriculum.
I'd like to point out that nobody has shared any of your labs or resources for the website area of sharing. So those of you who have shared, if you have something to write up, feel free to send it to me or your program advisor, and we can get it shared to the website.
That's like suggesting they sit in the front of the classroom, isn't it? Hey, remember that resource file we have? Use it, right?
Yeah, one of the labs that we've done lately, we used to do smaller walls. We actually now are doing 8x8 foot walls that we're framing up and then tying that into our wiring section as well too, and wiring electrical boxes and doing all sorts of different stuff with it. So
I think Luke makes a great point. We can sit here and talk about all these things we do, and that's great. But the minute you walk out that room, you just forgot everything we just discussed, right? So we have access to that online file sharing. The link is in your book. The QR code is in your book. Dump stuff in there. I'm as big a culprit as anybody. I don't think I've put anything in there. Thanks for Monica for holding up Highland's end of the deal. But put stuff in there that you're using so everybody can see and share. It'd be great.
Not to switch gears off of this one, but as far as the newly approved IAI Precision Ag course, I guess I'm curious for the universities, maybe how many are either have it. I know Western does, I believe, is the only one I've heard of. Is there talk of adding that course or working with the community colleges on that IAI course to make it to where it's worthwhile for us to maybe develop a syllabus on, and then eventually down the road, maybe have it on par with the other ones?
Yeah, ISU, that's actually, we're developing 3 sequences right now, and Precision Ag is one of them. So they will be developing a course at some point. They'll probably only add, it'd be probably similar to what I saw ICC had, as we're going to have a Precision Ag course, but they're going to take various other courses within there for a sequence. But I think that'd be very beneficial to have a syllabus of some of the stuff that we could use. And we're probably at least a year out from that, because it takes us so long at the university level to get anything approved. So yeah, I would definitely be in favor of that.
Very good. I'll plant this seed now. So in our business meeting, I want to suggest, kind of like we do, if you participate in PAS, you all volunteer for an area to coordinate, right, or oversee. I would like to make a suggestion. We do the same thing with these curricular areas within our organization. So if I am the crop science teacher and I volunteer, you know what? I'm going to be the crop science coordinator for IACCAI. I'm responsible for making sure people remember that share folder is available. I'm responsible for then communicating with some other instructors to update this syllabus, because this one was from 2017. I understand we had the pandemic, and whether we talked about it or updated it or not, I don't know, but it's not anywhere to be found. So this thing is 6 years old, was the last time we looked at it. That's way too long. That can't happen, right? We can't put it on a shelf for 6 years and then bring it back up. When administration does that to us, we get mad, right? So we got to hold ourselves to the fire too. I would like people to volunteer for different curricular areas, so when that we can just keep on it, right? And we can keep working together to make sure that our resources are there and available for everybody to use. I went over. Is Dale's on there? All right. So once again, we're gonna have some time in our business session to continue some of these discussions, but I'm gonna keep us moving along. Give me 1 second. Our next area on our agenda is horticulture. And we have Dale Sky Jones, Executive Chancellor of Oaksterdam University. We started a cannabis program this fall here at Highland. We have partnered with Oaksterdam to help us develop some curriculum. And Dale has been gracious enough to jump on and talk about her program and how can she maybe partner with other people. So Dale, it's all you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I genuinely am excited to be here. I appreciate this time. I'm going to go ahead and jump right in and first just start a little bit of who we are and where we come from. I first got involved in this issue back in 2007, where I met my now husband, father of the 3 kids, full disclosure. But once upon a time, Jeff Jones was first providing safe access for medical cannabis to the necessity patients here in the Bay Area in the 90s, before the law was passed. And then he was basically deputized by the city of Oakland and opened on Broadway to continue dispensing medical cannabis. Of course, the federal government was not okay with that. And Jeff was willing to take the risk after losing his father, just turning 14, to cancer when he was growing up in South Dakota. And so he founded the Oakland Cannabis Buyers Cooperative, the OCBC. Our first raid was the Clinton administration. And Jeff was the first to go to the Supreme Court on this issue to fight for the right to dispense this necessity cannabis, and he lost. When he was stopped, he moved his grower from Texas, who continued and also got permitted by the city of Oakland, and then continued to fight for new laws across California, including the lowest law enforcement priorities. In 2007, we went ahead and founded this school to provide education for patients and their providers. And then we got really political. We did run the first statewide voter initiative in the 5th largest economy in the world, in California, to control, tax, and regulate cannabis for adult use. We got very close to winning, but what we did do was force then Governor Schwarzenegger to sign a decrim bill that dropped our arrests in California by 87% for marijuana the very next year. That's 9 out of 10 people not going to jail for weed, if you wanted to do that math. It's also an extraordinary issue, as I'm sure many of you already know, that the color of your skin and the neighborhood you grew up in also is more likely to indicate if you are poor, you're more likely to be arrested for this. We got to the point of enslaving 1 in 4 Black men in this country. And so when Oaksterdam got started and got political, it wasn't just to legalize weed, it was to legalize people. It was for us to be able to make more intelligent choices, because clearly prohibition had failed and we were wasting our precious resources. After that, Prop 19 in California, we suffered our second four-agency federal raid. I can laugh now because it was over 10 years ago, but that was the Obama administration, and they came in and took everything but the office furniture. Since then, we have had nearly 100,000 people from 110 countries educated in the history, policies, advocacy, and of course, horticulture. We wrote the first formalized education for cannabis and hemp, and we are now recognized for academic credits at a couple of different accredited universities, as well as providing technical assistance for social equity applicants. The deep experience coming from the cannabis space, including, I'm sorry, I have a sick little girl at home and daddy is taking her brothers to school. So she is about to join my presentation because of course, hey Quinn, can you turn your iPad down, please? Awesome. All right. I know some of you are laughing right now. You've been here where I am. All right.
We're not at you.
With me, yes. Sympathizing. Thank you.
Also on the slides that we see, we can see like your you're not like in present mode. We can see the top of your like.
Oh, well, gosh, thank you for letting me know. Hold on. Maybe I can try again. I know, honey. Come sit.
That's better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sweetheart, I'm presenting to a bunch of people right now. Can you just sit down and give me a few more minutes? Daddy will be home soon, okay? I know you don't feel good. I'm sorry. I appreciate everybody's patience. All right. I wanted to just briefly talk about jobs. You know, this, aside from public health and safety, one of the worst things for your health is going to jail for cannabis. But this is really about jobs. It's about getting a career with dignity, and some of the job opportunities are just exploding, and we see it definitely happening here in Illinois. I just wanted to give you a few examples of some median salaries that you could expect, and this is very specific to horticulture and agriculture. But of course, there's a lot more out there if you wanted to check out Cannabis 2023 Industry Salary Guide. It's very enlightening. It's also coming more in line with reality in a lot of fashions. There were some days where a frontline dispensary bud tender could command $25 an hour to start because of the risk that they were taking just taking that job. It tends to be more in line now with a normal retail frontline hire. I also want to remind us about the end of hemp prohibition, which also happened under the Trump administration. So we started to get a lot better laws in 2018. And we have a specific class that we've actually just overhauled, very specific for lessons about hemp and the CBD industry that would help understand the legal and botanical distinctions between hemp and high THC cannabis, as well as understanding the current regulatory landscape. There's also an important difference between some of the cannabinoid isolates, distillates, and full spectrum extracts that you're going to get from hemp versus cannabis, and we unpack both the similarities and differences. Importantly, just exploring the strategies to minimize the risk of operating a hemp or CBD business under the changing policies and market conditions. We have a very strange dual system going on right now with cannabis derived for medicinal or drug use versus hemp that was originally bred for food, fuel, and fiber. But it's certainly not only plant touching opportunities. We have a tremendous amount of support and technical services that are also required for all of these businesses. So we are definitely growing up as an industry. And while we are still nascent as a national industry, some of the states have progressed greatly, including you. We have the Illinois Department of Agriculture and the Department of Cannabis Regulation. There are currently limited licenses in Illinois, and ownership is limited to the number of cultivation centers that any one person can own. The laws have been leaning towards a focus on equity and expungement, and you also see that in where the tax dollars go. So you can check out the allocation of the state tax revenue to see where that is going. The big challenges today, of course, is it's still federally illegal. So what is good for the goose is not good for the gander when it comes to the cannabis industry. And basic things like interstate commerce is not available. It's also creating very unnatural market conditions. We have oligarchies in some states, we have full vertical integration in some places, and then we have a completely free market in others. And anyone getting into this industry has to have an eye towards the future of what happens when interstate commerce is allowed. And perhaps even more important question is what happens when the United States decides to engage with international commerce. What happened in the cut flowers industry may in fact happen in the cannabis industry when you start to look at the reduction of costs of labor, for instance, in Colombia and Latin America. So this is part of, you know what, I'm actually going to touch on a couple of other things real quick on this slide. The other issue is no safe banking and unfair tax structures. Currently, you are not allowed to claim normal business deductions if you are operating with cannabis other than the cannabis itself, the cost of goods sold. And there is really no other industry, no other business type that can survive in the United States with our tax structure without normal business deductions. And so the way that you structure your company, this is why you see a lot of management companies, but it's important to understand these risks before you even start, because how you start, the nature of the company and how it is arranged, leadership, really matters at the end of the day when you get audited by the IRS. And of course, the licensing and compliance is very dynamic. You have to really keep your fingers on the pulse, continue to show up at everything from city council meetings to state legislative, because you could wake up on a Wednesday morning and that business plan that you've sunk some money into may not be viable any longer because of a shifting regulation or law. And so you also really have to learn to advocate for yourself and your business. As any other industry, the predators have come in. And so you just have to also really watch out for who's lending money and what's in it for them. It's another thing that we spend a lot of time on. And over time, it's the stigma. At the end of the day, how do you tell grandma that you are now growing cannabis when your mom told you that that was unacceptable, and now that might actually help mom with her arthritis? And so just having these conversations. And so this is why we were formulated back in 2007, is to structure these courses and classes. And we continue to expand both what we teach and how we teach it. I'm focused today predominantly on horticulture, agriculture topics, but we have a plethora of other things that we talk about. And we do have a trusted team that has been working on these issues, in some cases 25 years, that they have been teaching on this specific issue. We ensure that our staff and our faculty aren't just alone out there. It's not just a single person on a board trying to figure it out for themselves. We have a team with chairs that come in and hash out some of these important discussions that frankly aren't settled yet. And the argument or the discussion of which way or how is part of the lesson plan, because our students are in fact going and figuring it out in their neck of the woods. It is that blend of national best practices and local expertise. And we also offer weekly Hort Labs, we call Garden Club, for that one-on-one support, even for our asynchronous students. We do have two types of programs to choose from. We have self-paced courses on demand, and then we also have live courses that are scheduled throughout the year. All of our self-paced programs do include live links to a wealth of information that also allow you to dig deeper into any particular subject. And regardless of how you take it, you do have the same learning outcomes. It's just how it is delivered. And each of these programs do result in a full certification. Commercial horticulture, we do have a home grow for you do-it-yourselfers or your cousin. We also have the business of cannabis, which is ideal for anyone that is just simply trying to figure out their place and space in this industry. We have a manufacturing and extractions program that starts at an entry level, but quickly ramps up to get very specific and scientific and allows you to walk into just about any manufacturing or extraction lab and jump right in at a management level. It's also good for consultants, lawyers, CPAs, people that are just trying to figure out what this is anyway. We have frontline training. Bud tending is the popular one, and responsible vendor training is available state by state. And then we do, of course, have a multitude of electives and enjoy writing proprietary curriculum for various projects. Our horticulture program specifically does cover the plant life cycle from propagation to harvest. We cover soil science and microbiology, organic and sustainable growing techniques. In fact, sustainability is infused into everything that we teach. We have large-scale cannabis formation practices, infrastructure and equipment, as well as the lighting science, which is moving a mile a minute. We just had a whole conversation about triploids the other day. That's been really fascinating. Pests, pathogens, nutrient deficiencies, the what to do when things go wrong is, we pride ourselves on not just teaching you what you want to know, but what you need to know. We have designed our curriculum to in multiple formats to provide every student with the opportunity to learn the way that is best for them. So we do start with the base curricula in a digital textbook format, which is basically an LMS, an interactive textbook. This curricula is available for a year from enrollment and is enhanced with links to studies, outside resources, and of course, previous class videos. We do have quizzes and assessments where appropriate to make sure that you are on track with your learning outcomes. And we also host those weekly live classes on Zoom if you are part of a live cohort. And this is just like our meeting here. It's not a webinar, it is a meeting. And so the students are able to interact directly with both faculty and each other. We have a second expert in chat that's there to also answer questions. And that way the instructor can stay focused as they are teaching. I also want to nod to the tremendous social equity technical assistance programs that Oaksterdam promulgates. We have thousands of companies, but hundreds of the currently operating social equity businesses in America, including the first Black man, the first Latina dispensary owner in the country. A lot of these are OU alumni, and many began in the illicit market, but learned how to do this business compliantly, above board, paying taxes, and with the blessing and approval of their local government. And they credit Oaksterdam with helping them find their place in space and defining their path and meeting those business and supply chain partners while they're in the classroom. So often it is the networking that makes the difference. And we do feel that students of different backgrounds truly benefit from our unique approach to these learning outcomes with the comprehensive live semester program. We are currently working very hard with the City of Los Angeles, Oakland, the Connecticut Social Equity Business Accelerator, US Virgin Islands, and we are about to launch with New Jersey's Economic Development Authority. And this is where we get excited because we have been working this past year with Highland Community College. It is a collaboration and it started with a student. We have long trained the trainers, And our fellow professor, or I should say, I feel like we share you, but Monica Pierce came through Oaksterdam and took the live program first, got the basis of her own foundational knowledge in combination with her own extensive background and training, and was able to glean those most important parts of how to pull it together for Highland College. And so we started with HCC's Intro to Cannabis program. We do have the live instruction with Monica Pierce, and I believe students have the opportunity to either be on campus or Zoom. And then the hybrid part is we utilize Oaksterdam's Cannabis Foundation's self-paced course. So the students sign into our LMS and they're able to take everything self-paced, take their quizzes and take their exam, and then enjoy their time live in the classroom with Monica. And we do have, I think I have one right behind me. The Bud Tenders Guide that is also the textbook for this program. And the comprehensive cannabis textbook covers everything from the effects and varietals, the different products and methods of ingestion, issues with dosing, safety, and efficacy. And we also ensured that we covered, various individuals from all over the country. So we've got wonderful full page with room for notes and full color. This is also available digitally. So it's a free download if you already have a Kindle subscription, and you can just put it up on your iPad and take a look at any of the cannabinoids, terpenes, learn about chemotypes and phenotypes. So this little textbook right here is the final part of the program that we are doing with HCC. And in this moment, I would just simply like to invite Monica, if there is anything that you wanted to share about having this program roll out.
Yeah, I will. I'm happy to share. So thanks, Dale, for highlighting and introducing the partnership that we created. So we do have a partnership, as she mentioned, that students can access some of those online modules, and then they have the face-to-face class with me as well. It was pretty key, I would say, to take the course with Oaksterdam first. So before we discussed this partnership, I used professional development money to take their horticulture course. And then I also ended up taking the bud tending course as well. And then there's the extraction and the manufacturing that's on my list to take too. But our college approves all of that for, professional development purchase. So I feel like that's a great place to start for a lot of us who don't really have access or sources of readily available education in cannabis, if you are going to be teaching that. So I think that was key. What else? I guess, I don't know if you want to talk about the specifics of our MOU. We do share cost with Oaksterdam University. So Oaksterdam gets about half of the students' tuition that they pay, and then Highland gets about half because we are splitting teaching the course. And then there are some other perks that students can access, like the online job board access. We haven't totally got them into this, but I know they're available. We just have to work out the logistics, but access to those Hort Lab Fridays and other perks of those things, which I think you touched on too. I think overall, just our association with a university who has a lot of credit and a lot of history has been huge. Some of our students have come and they either maybe have heard of Oaksterdam University, or immediately once they start to do research on Oaksterdam University, they're like, wow, you guys are hooked up with somebody who's like super awesome and great, and they're doing really awesome things. So I think it elevates us, right? Like somebody who doesn't have a lot of experience with it teaching it versus somebody who's partnered with somebody who has depths of experience, I think is huge. And it's a huge selling point for our program. But that's also not to take away from the face-to-face experience of those classrooms. Like, I think we all still have a lot to offer, because those students networking in that face-to-face environment, as well as interacting with the plant in the greenhouse, and shooting ideas off of me, that's something that can't happen from an instructor in California. So I think both components are strong and necessary.
I agree with you. And one thing that Oaksterdam has I feel very successfully done with you and others, that we need the locals on the ground. This is the best combination and best outcomes for the students. You're getting the local and national experience combined. The other thing that Oaksterdam provides is a shield. We are able to teach those things around the Schedule I illegality that you may be afraid or threatened around teaching. There are several subjects that because we teach what we teach, we are not allowed to be a nonprofit. Now, I operate as a not-for-profit. I take the same salary as my highest paid employee. So we operate that way, but I still have to pay all those taxes, because as long as this is a Schedule I illegal substance, what we teach, we cannot be a nonprofit. And there's been, if you go back to that slide where I mentioned stigma and disinformation, it's not just misinformation. Folks are intentionally frightening and threatening from the FDIC, who allows safe banking, but they've frightened banks away from banking out loud with cannabis. And so the stigma is still real, but so are the threats around grant funding. And so we're able to teach those things that perhaps you're not willing or able or ready to touch that third rail issue. That's where you can pass it to us. We teach that, we validate the knowledge, and then pass the student back to you. So it's a layer of protection as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. And then I'd also like to say the students leave with a certificate from Oaksterdam University as well when they complete courses. So it's almost like they're dual certified and they have two different things, you know, to put on their resume or to show for.
Indeed, because we have been around, we are the first. We are the most well-known around the world. And so our certifications are recognized. Many of the business people that are running the companies currently started at Oaksterdam University. So they recognize the quality of education and trust in it, just like I hope all of you can. And if you want to check it out for yourself, you can go ahead and scan the QR code. The staff has set up a 10% off coupon for you. If you want to just check it out on your own time, you can check out any of the self-paced courses with this QR code.
Some people are pulling out their phones and scanning that. But Dale, if you could send these slides to either me or Justin, we can drop them in unless you put them in our shared Google folder.
I certainly can do that after this.
Sure, that would be great. And then we can have access to that. Are there any questions for Dale or myself regarding the partnership?
I noticed on the homegrown page that there's also seeds that come along with that. How do those get shipped? Can they just go through the postal service or
Great question. Yes, so seeds, because they are pre-viable, the DEA has determined that they are not on that Schedule I list. And so the seeds themselves can be shipped across the country. We are very aware, however, that when they start to grow up, they become something that could be illegal in your backyard. And so we give you the opportunity to choose if you want a CBD varietal or a THC varietal. You can also explore the other seeds that Homegrown offers and go ahead and get them shipped to you so you can grow along with the class. I'm so glad you pointed that out, that you do get free seeds with any horticulture program.
Any other questions? Well, thank you, Dale. And then we'll have some time. I'll have some time to chat with them if they have other questions about our partnership, and then I can either get them in contact with you or some of those that work with you to, you know, if there's others interested in partnerships.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm Dale at oaksterdamuniversity.com. So anybody can reach out if they have more information. There's also, if you go to our website, you can speak with a specialist and just send a message to us as well. And I just really want to encourage folks to pay attention, because the issue that I spoke about originally, we're still not there yet. As long as this is a Schedule I drug, we're going to continue to have issues. And descheduling is what is going to provide legalized research, safe access for veterans, for your grandma to not be afraid of breaking the law, and to finally take the teeth out of the criminality of this issue so we can treat it as it always should have been. It's just a plant, and we know how to do this. We just need to work smart and end the failure of prohibition. So I appreciate your time and attention today, and I hope that you come visit Oaksterdam soon. Have a beautiful afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so on page 18 and 19 of your book. Once again, kind of all of these topics that we've covered today are kind of pieces of the big curriculum. So the introduction to horticulture curriculum or sample syllabus is in your program there. If there's any suggestions on additions, corrections, speak now.
All right. I guess I'm going to make a plug. So we moved now 2 years ago. The horticulture professor at ISU, David Kopsel, wrote his own textbook. It's through Great River Learning. And that's what he uses in his classes. He even has PowerPoints on there and quizzes and all sorts of cool things. And so since the majority of our students go straight into ISU, we moved to his textbook. And it's like $100, but the students have it for life. And then they get every edition that's updated too. And so we moved to it because that book is not only textbook, but it's like links to videos of things around everywhere. And it was him and his twin brother that wrote it from Florida. So we've been using it, and for the most part, we like it. We do modify our PowerPoints a little bit, but if a lot of your students are going to ISU, I guess to me, it makes sense to use one that somebody in our state wrote.
Is that in the book or no?
It's not in there because they just.
Do you have the information you could share?
Yeah. And I know that Dave, he allowed us to preview it for a while. So we just sent him an email, and then we got added to his particular class for a long time to kind of play around in it.
Yep. So it's horticulture principles, practices, and career opportunities. The ISBN number is 978-164-496-0127.
Awesome.
I was just going to say, Justin, I think we're going to fall in the same boat we keep getting. I think 2 or 3 of these are out of date now and not available. I think we need to get together and get this updated, just like every group needs to with books.
Agree. So once again, I think that leads into a great discussion on we need a chair for every one of these curricular areas that can oversee that. Somebody that can take that feedback and modify it and keep this up to date on a more regular basis than every 3, 4, 5, or 6 years. And we will keep that discussion going in our business session.
At our business meeting, if we make a change, does this have to be approved at the business meeting whenever we make a change to this?
John, help me out. I don't.
That process has changed a lot because we no longer have articulation here and we no longer have IAI panel. So the work we're doing is really your own. So you decide your policy on how you want to do it because IAI no longer recognizes what we're doing.
Here, I can explain. All right, because I'm on the IAI Ag panel. So IAI has required that we can no longer have sample syllabi for everything on the IAI website. We do have it on the Illinois Ag Ed website because we think it's important that we all have that. IAI technically can only go by the course descriptors, but all of us that are on the Ag panel typically go, okay, is this the same content across the board? So I think all of us reference our sample syllabi, though IAI tells us we're not supposed to. So it's kind of a gray area for you guys. But I'm going to make another plug really quick because all of you probably have syllabi that have to go through IAI soon. The biggest reason we kick them back is because there's not detailed topical outlines outside of chapter titles. So you have to go more detailed, otherwise they won't let us approve them. So, and labs, we've got labs.
So if I'm understanding correctly, all we need to do to be approved is a course description and a title of course. Everything else we're doing here that's in the book is just for our benefit. So we can make changes to it whenever we want.
Okay, I'll answer all the questions. Cool. Didn't know I was going to be this person today. But now we don't, now that Steve's no longer with us, right? I guess I've been probably the longest standing one on IAI now.
Okay, so I have been teaching for 2.5 years, and I was slammed with syllabi to be reviewed like right when I first started, and I hadn't even taught the courses yet. So is there a way that we can like postpone syllabi getting reviewed? Because I'm kind of fly by the seat of my pants at this point with everything else that I have to do. And I feel like what I'm submitting to you maybe isn't as accurate as what I am doing, if that makes sense.
I don't know their official rule, but I'm pretty sure if it doesn't go up for review every 5 years, they can make it where your school is no longer allowed to transfer that class. So I think that's like a state. I don't think we as a group can say anything about that.
It just feels like all the ones that I have had come up are ones that
You've never taught before.
Right. Yeah. And so that's just challenging to throw together. I'm looking at like other people's syllabus and like, okay, yeah, this could work.
Yeah. I was just going to say that's the benefit, I guess, of us having a really thorough example syllabi thrown together, like, or put together thoughtfully in these groups that we're talking about. Because then a new teacher can reference that and really build off of that and use that, change it, you know, as you see fit, but have something strong to have to start.
And since you're doing that, you can't just have just your master syllabi for your school. You also have to have an official teacher one, like you give to your students, even though you've never taught it before. It's so much fun to do that. Okay, Brianna's got some things up there. It says if it makes you feel any better, at least we aren't the humanities II panel. They have well over 70 syllabi to review each time. I think we had 13, I think, for this fall, something like that. And we usually are the quickest ones done and have the highest approval rate.
I guess going back to having somebody, I keep going back to this, to keep this updated. I think we really need that to, if we can make these changes, and these are just suggestions, then we need to keep that up to date. So when younger, new instructors come in, there's a better guideline, a better template of updated resources to access, updated potential topics to cover. I just think that we need to keep coming. Any other comments or questions on horticulture? Okay. Next on our list is Sean Welch is going to talk about SAE for all. And Sean is here in person. And let me get. Me back to Zoom. I gotta share. Sweet. Thank you very much.
Yep, no, not a big deal. Well, good morning. My name is Sean Welch. I started in July with the Illinois Association FFA as the Associate Director of Student Recognition. Still trying to get that title down. I taught a year in high school agriculture at Shelbyville High School, just south of Decatur, an hour. And so at the beginning of September, I went out to Indianapolis with a couple of teachers through National FFA to learn a little bit more about this SAE for All. So my goal today really is just to share some information with you. It may not be super applicable at the community college level, but it's something that you could share with FFA advisors and ag teachers in your districts and kind of push them to help their students along, especially when it comes to career development, career planning, college readiness, things like that, to prepare them to go to that next level, whether that's 2-year or 4-year. So I want to start off today just by defining what an SAE is, what a supervised agricultural experience is. So by a show of hands, I'm going to bring a definition up. By a show of hands, when that definition comes up, I want to know, is this a complete definition of an SAE? A student-led, instructor-supervised, work-based learning experience. Does that completely define what an SAE is? Thank you. You're right. So if I add a little bit more to this, that results in measurable outcomes. Keep going. There is more. Yeah, that kind of gives it away. There is. Within a predefined, agreed upon set of agriculture, food, and natural resources, technical standards, and career-ready practices. So throwing the standards in, throwing in, making sure we're following regulations, things like that. Still more? I don't have a period. That throws it away too. Aligned to a career plan of study. There we go. That, yeah, the period kind of gave it away, the amount of stuff on the slide. I'll give you that. So, in the clearest terms, well, not necessarily clearest, but in National FFA's idea, this is the complete definition of an SAE. Student-led, instructor-supervised, has measurable outcomes, follows standards, and is aligned to a career plan of study. That's the big one that they're pushing in just redefining this definition, is focusing on that career plan of study. Too often, especially for high school ag teachers, we get kind of lost in where the SAE is supposed to fall, what the ultimate goal of it is. Some teachers like to focus on the awards and recognition, following some of those legacy SAEs, our star farmers, our star placement, things like that. We want to focus on the record keeping skills, but that's not the final goal. At the end of the day, the purpose of a work-based learning experience, or our SAEs, supervised agricultural experiences, is that career preparation. What do you want to do after you leave the high school ag room? What do you want to do when you go to college? If you go to a trade school, what are you learning in high school that's going to help you in that step afterwards? So National FFA and the council came up with this graphic to kind of show the progression of SAE for All, how we're adding on to what's been done before and increasing that career preparation, that college readiness aspect of SAEs for our students. So too often, especially with more traditional ag teachers who've been doing it forever, we get really stuck down here in the immersion SAE, our traditional, our legacy SAEs, our entrepreneurship, our placement, our research. Is that applicable for every student in Illinois? No, not at all. We're seeing a big growth, especially when it comes to ag programs and FFA in those more urban areas, the places where they can't go work for Farmer Brown over the weekend or over the summer. They don't have as many opportunities for those more traditional SAE categories. So the big push, especially with this SAE for All, comes down to our foundational SAEs. Now that's a term that for some teachers, they should know. It's been talked about for a while, but it's something that we're really, really trying to push, especially in Illinois, and with a lot of the states that went out to this training here at the beginning of September. So you can see up there, number 2 and number 3 deals with our foundational SAEs, the 5 main categories, and not necessarily categories, but the 5 main components. All of them are essential to our foundational SAEs, but are those career exploration and planning skills, employability skills, personal financial management, workplace safety, and agricultural literacy. All 5 of those are key and essential to these foundational SAEs, and those are skills and activities that every student who steps foot in an agriculture classroom should have access to. They should be able to show that they've learned something in each of those 5 categories throughout their time in the classroom to really grow their college and career ready skills that we're focused on down there at the bottom. Not every student is going to have an immersion SAE. Not every student's going to have one of those traditional record books of working for a farmer or working at a restaurant or things like that. Every student should have the foundational SAE. Maybe. There we go. So I'm going to play this video real quick, just for those of you who aren't super familiar with the term foundational SAE. Hopefully this will work.
There, if you are watching this video, your agricultural education instructor likely sent you here to get started on your foundational supervised agricultural experience, or SAE. You may be wondering, what is a foundational SAE and why do I need one? Those are valid questions and ones that I'm going to help answer. In a nutshell, your foundational SAE will help you make one of the hardest decisions in life. With thousands of career choices out there, it can be overwhelming to just pick one when someone asks you, so what do you want to be when you grow up? Your foundational SAE will help you narrow down the choices to those that best fit your talents and interests. It will help you answer the question, which career path is best for me? And best of all, a foundational SAE allows you to change your mind as many times as you want, as you learn more about yourself and the careers available. A foundational SAE is your best path to explore careers, find a career mentor, and discover your passions in the world of work. You'll actually connect with employers, leaders, innovators, and entrepreneurs to learn from their experiences and see firsthand what they do. You and I both know that what happens in the classroom is not enough by itself to prepare us for our career. It is out in the real world that we will get the authentic experiences we need to be college and career ready. Whether you knew it or not, when you signed up for an agricultural education class, you also signed up for a foundational SAE. It is the part of the class that takes learning outside of the classroom. It is so important that it will most likely be a graded component of your agricultural education class. Every foundational SAE provides experiences in 5 areas. Your experiences in these 5 areas will help you explore and identify agricultural interests, start to develop key employability skills, expand your personal financial literacy, prepare you to work safely, and deepen your understanding of the agricultural industry. Your instructor will be there every step of the way to guide you and offer feedback. Many of the activities related to a foundational SAE will take place during your agricultural class, but most will take place outside the class. You will have the opportunity for guidance and feedback on experiences like creating a career plan, developing a personal budget, attending safety certifications, and job shadowing. Your foundational SAE will prepare you to select and develop one or more immersion SAEs. Immersion SAEs work with your foundational SAE to provide the next level of authentic experiences on your career path. These experiences might include working for a business in town or starting your own business. You might choose a path of research or invention. You could work with a team to launch a business at school as a school-based enterprise. Or You might see a need in your community and address that need through service learning. Immersion SAEs are where you really take charge of your education and your future. Okay, so you still may be asking, will an SAE make a difference for me? I promise you it will. Your foundational SAE will provide you with a unique set of learning experiences and equip you for future career success. It is time to get on the path to real experiences, real earnings, and real skills with a foundational SAE.
So that's a video that teachers would show to their students one of the first days of class, introducing this topic, introducing this idea, and showing that, you know, this is something that can be done in the classroom. This is something that every student can be a part of, something that can help them grow, whether they're in the classroom one semester, a couple years, or their entire time in high school. So I want to look at a few students and see kind of where they fall into this idea of both a foundational SAE and an SAE for all. So I know in the crowd here, we've got a few people who did spend some time in a high school classroom teaching ag. So how many of you had students like Tori? Tori's a graduating senior who has taken an ag class every single semester of her high school career. Yeah, those are our rock stars. Those are the ones we really, really like to have. Those are the ones that are going to care about what they're learning in class, be willing to work outside of the class on different projects, whether that is a traditional SAE. They're bought in. We still need these foundational SAEs for them, but these aren't really the students we need to worry about. We also have Isaac. Isaac took Intro to Ag his first semester of freshman year. Then he had to take a couple other classes, a couple other electives, but he is signed up for environmental science for his sophomore year spring semester. How many of you had students like this? Especially in a lot of our rural districts, when there's not as much room in your schedule to take other classes or other electives, more and more we're seeing a lot more students like this. We may not have time to get them started in one of those traditional record books. They may not come to it down to our classroom once a week to work on their record book or talk about what they're doing outside of class. So these foundational skills are very important for students like Isaac to continue focusing on what they need to be doing, getting those career ideas or those college plans in their head early so that they continue working on it outside the classroom without the need to come down to the classroom once a week or all kinds of things like that. And then we also have a student, I'm sure all had students like Emma. Emma wasn't enrolled in your program until the fall of her senior year when she decided to take ag welding to earn dual credit. How many of you had students like this? Now, what's unique about Emma, she's obviously already thinking about what's next. She's taking a dual credit class to get ready to go to community college, get ready to go to a 4-year. She understands that that's important, but she may not know where in agriculture she fits in that role. If she's never taken an ag class before, she may not have the experience or the knowledge to know what's available to her. So we can use those foundational SAEs to expand her knowledge, expand what she already knows, and maybe give her more options as she continues on to her next step next year. So like I said, foundational SAEs and the SAE for all experience, we're trying to catch up with years of kind of losing students like Isaac and Emma in the cracks. Tori's great. We love to have students like her. SAE for all and foundational SAEs are focused on Isaac and Emma. So if we look at the roadmap, how these foundational SAEs work for students as they continue throughout their time in the ag classroom. So within foundational SAEs, we have 3 categories, 3 levels of growth that allow students to work at the same time in class, but at different levels depending on how much experience they have in ag, how much experience they have with an SAE. So we can have multiple students working on the same things, just at different levels. So our awareness is grades 6 through 9, students who are just getting started. They're learning about the ag industry, but they may not know what's next. Those intermediate students are students that are focused on what they're doing right now in high school and may have an idea what they want to do, but they don't have everything completely figured out. And then our advanced students are the ones that are our rock stars, the ones who've been in our program for a long time. They know what they want to do, but we need to be able to help them to get ready for that next step. So here's our 5 different parts of the foundational SAE we talked about earlier: career exploration, employability skills, personal financial management, workplace safety, and ag literacy. That ag literacy component, especially if we get students early in the classroom, that ag literacy component of a foundational SAE can be transitioned into one of those more traditional SAEs, our immersion SAEs, our entrepreneurship, our placement. So from there, like I said, we can have multiple students in one class working on different aspects. So for those beginning students, our freshmen, our junior high, when we're talking about the career exploration, some of the things they may be working on, things like completing career interest surveys, starting a career plan, working on some of our academic goals. What classes do we want to take during our time in high school? When we do, if we are going to move on to an immersion SAE, what's something you might be interested in? And some of those career ready skills, some of those soft skills that a lot of employers are really talking about, this is where we need to focus on those. When we get into those intermediate students, we're going to revisit a lot of those career goals, update plans, work on job shadowing opportunities, potentially developing one of those immersion SAE plans, looking at some of our options. Are we going to a 2-year school? Are we going to a 4-year school? Are we going to trade school? What do we want to do? And then a lot of that financial aid research that ties back into our personal financial management that we talked about earlier. And then for those advanced students, the rock stars, the ones who've been in our classroom all 4 years, revisiting a lot of those career goals, updating our plans, applying for financial aid, applying for post-secondary options, and then figuring out when I go to that college, when I go to that trade school, who's going to help me continue what I've already started when I'm in high school. So too often, especially with some teachers who have been around for a long time, we kind of lose SAE, the SAE part of our 3 circles model. We lose that in the fray of everything else. We focus on what we're doing in the classroom, what we're doing when we take students out of the building. The SAE category sometimes is just that extra thing. You may have some students that are doing it because mom and dad wanted them to do it. Grandpa's got a farm, they're helping on the weekends. Not every student always gets that SAE circle of our 3 circles model. So this foundational SAE within the SAE model or SAE for all model kind of falls in that gap or falls in that part of our Venn diagram between the classroom and the SAE. We're not supervising every single student working on a farm on our time outside of the classroom. Time is a huge thing when it comes to ag teachers. This foundational aspect is something that we can push to every single student, but we're still doing it while we're in the classroom. It saves teachers times. If it grows into something else, if it grows into something bigger, that requires some more supervision. But that's the nice part about the foundational SAEs is you're not adding a whole lot of time on top of what you're already doing in the classroom. So like I talked about earlier, that agricultural literacy aspect of our foundational SAEs can eventually grow into an immersion SAE. So if we talk about our traditional record books, our placements, our entrepreneurships, those are still here in the SAE model. We're adding research, which has been a thing. But then there's also the opportunity for school-based enterprises, service learning. So school-based enterprise could be something where the teacher, the school has a greenhouse. Students are helping work in that greenhouse. They may not be making managerial decisions or what plants are we planting, when are we selling, but they're helping and they're gaining a lot of those skills that could help in their career goals later on down the road. And then service learning is anything that you can see that the community needs help with. Organizing a food pantry, organizing daycare for students after school if their parents can't come pick them up. Those are things that with the SAE model or SAE for all model, we're trying to grow. We may not have proficiency areas or awards for them yet, especially in Illinois, but it's something that it's helping students grow those career skills. It's something we need to be pushing. And then within that, we have different categories depending on how engaged the students are, whether that's just something they're working on outside of class and it's a part of your grade for the classroom. If you want recognition, if you want those proficiency awards, we have that as well. But ultimately, if students are growing these immersion SAEs, we want them to have those careers ready skills. We want them to have the opportunity to go out after high school and use what they learned in the classroom and outside the classroom to make a living, to be a part of the community and to be a part of society. So I can't stress enough the 5 elements of our foundational SAEs. All 5 of these are incredibly important. You can't leave one out. The foundational SAE ties all 5 of these together to help those career ready skills for our students later on down the road. So I talked earlier about the 3 categories within foundational SAE: our awareness, our intermediate, and our advanced. Where do we think these 3 students that we talked about earlier fall in our SAE in our foundational model? Is Isaac a student that we may be able to grow a traditional record book with, or is this just something that he needs to learn about what ag is, what's involved with it, and we may not get that much more out of him? Isaac falls under that awareness category. We're trying to show him what's available, but we may not push him towards ag, but we're still giving him the skills and giving him the opportunities that's unique to the ag classroom compared to a lot of other classrooms in the high school. Emma is going to fall more in that intermediate category. She may learn about ag. She knows what she wants to do after high school, but we don't have a whole lot of time to grow that foundational book into an immersion category later. Tori, our rock star, we may have her competing in different SAE proficiency areas. We may get different awards for her. She's our rock star. She's the ones traditionally in the high school ag classroom we focused on with our SAEs. With these foundational SAEs, we can grow that to every single student that comes through our classroom. So I want to leave with a couple questions here. And if you want to think about these yourself, that's fine. If you'd like to share, ultimately, what we're doing now that we've come back from this training, myself and 2 other high school ag teachers in Illinois are working on our implementation plan, how we're going to share this with ag teachers, share this with programs to grow foundational SAEs, grow SAE for all in the state. So what barriers could inhibit meaningful educational and career-ready experiences through SAE? In Illinois, what's holding us back?
Student time. Student time.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something we talked a big part about. Are students able to do this outside of class? Do they have practice? Do they have a job after school? That's where a big part of this ties into the classroom aspect. We're doing a lot of this in class. So there's plenty of other barriers that we've talked about, plenty of other barriers that we may not know until we really get out and sharing this with different teachers. But this is one of the questions we've been asking ourselves a lot is how do we open those barriers? How do we move them aside to get students these career ready skills to help them as they move forward? And then what barriers might stop teachers from being willing and able to implement SAE for all within their programs? Time. I think when we talked about this the first time in September, about 3/4 of our piece of paper just had time written at the very top. They don't make more time. That's the issue with this. And so by adding it into our classroom, adding it into what we're already doing with our students, we're not trying to add more to a teacher's plate. We're trying to supplement and fix where there's gaps for all of our students a lot of the activities with this SAE for all are things that can be left on a subplan. You've got a contest somewhere else, you can leave this behind. You can work on it with the class. Students that are working on their traditional SAEs, they can work on those. The rest of your class can be working on things like this. So time is definitely a big factor that we've looked at, but it's something we are definitely trying to address. So I just want to leave with the student testimonies of foundational SAE. At the end of the day, by implementing this, we're not only helping our teachers grow the communities, grow the strength of their programs, but we're helping these students with their career ready goals. What do you want to do after college? Well, I don't know. Well, let's sit down. Let's figure this out. So I've got my contact information up here, as well as two teachers that are helping me with this implementation plan. If you have any questions, please reach out, let us know. Ultimately, what we wanted, or what I wanted from this presentation today, give you the information, take it back to the teachers within your districts. If you think this is something that may be helpful to them, please have them reach out to us. We'll be doing this presentation at several teacher professional developments throughout the year as well. But if you have any questions, yeah, go ahead and ask.
Anybody have any questions? Sean, thank you so much. Several of us in here teach intro to ag education, and this is obviously a piece that we need to be aware of and communicate to our students. So thank you. Okay, at this time, it is lunchtime. The food is ready in the back. So you can get up, use the restroom, do whatever you have to do, and then you can sit down and you can run around. I don't care what you do, but make sure you get a plate full of food and come on back here. And in say 15 minutes or so, we'll get going with university reports. Like we kind of joked about last night, university reports, please keep those to a minimum if you can. We do have several to get through. There is on your agenda there a little spot for a community college to say a minute or two about what's going on your campus if you so choose. And then we'll finish up the lunch period with our brief discussion on the Illinois Corn Marketing Board opportunities. All righty, have at it. Get to the food. Online people on Zoom. We will be back in let's say 11:45. We'll start university reports. So thank you. So for drinks, if we run out of water in that little basket back there and you have a bottle that you drink out of, across the hallway, there's a room there called, it says faculty and staff. It's open and there's a sink in there. You can fill your bottles because it's kind of hard to fill out of the drinking fountain there. So feel free to use that room. There's a little kitchenette in there to get some water. Hi, Brianna. How are you? Can you hear me?
Well, yeah,
Brianna, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
So if you don't mind, I'm gonna have you go first because everybody else that's here still shoving food in their face.
Oh, I appreciate the opportunity.
Well, I knew you would, so I thought I would
Yeah.
give you some.
Irene, if that's okay.
Yeah. Nobody's arguing here.
Okay, can you give me capabilities to share my screen?
I think you should be able to.
Mhm. It's not letting me. Oh, there we go. Okay. Hopefully that comes up.
We can see it.
Awesome. You guys are so tiny in the picture, but I see Bill Harmon. I see Tammy Miller's face. Like, so exciting. Justin Ebert, when you said keep your presentations, you didn't give like a time. So I'm going to assume you mean like 3 to 5 minutes, or I can be fewer than that.
I like 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay, I can do
Thanks.
that. Hello, everyone. I'm Brianna Gregg. I am at the College of ACES at the University of Illinois. I'm very excited to be here with you today. Wanted to give just a few quick updates about ACES at the University of Illinois. We had 154 transfer students in the fall semester. Of those 154 students, 31 came from Illinois community colleges, which I always think is important to point out. And then I did go ahead and include the average GPA of these students and then the average number of credits that these students came in with. Also, 62 makes sense because they're all earning that associate's degree, right? Like you want them there and continue on. So one thing I wanted to just pay attention to or draw attention to is that the University of Illinois system, the Springfield, Chicago, Urbana-Champaign campus has this transfer guarantee program. The university has really tried to push this information out to all of their channels. I just don't know if it has landed with your teams yet or not, but essentially, the transfer guarantee allows for any student that meet these qualifications, so essentially a 3.0 GPA or higher with 36 hours from an Illinois community college, guaranteed admission to the University of Illinois. The transfer guarantee doesn't guarantee to a specific program, but it does guarantee admission to the University of Illinois as long as all of these things are met. So just something to point out to students as they go through that process. And they're forever changing these policies, trying to make it more and more accessible. So we'll see where it ends next year, but this is the current transfer guarantee process for Urbana-Champaign. These are all of the majors now offered within the College of ACES at Illinois. Some new ones are the Sustainability in Food and Environmental Systems. Talk about that one in a second. And then also we have that computer science plus animal science, and then computer science plus crop sciences, which is a few years old. We only have a couple students in the computer science plus animal science program, always looking for more. And then the computer science plus crop sciences has definitely a few more students in that. But if you have students that are interested in that, please do have them communicate with us early so we can help them with those class selection along the way. The new major, Sustainability in Food and Environmental Systems, I think is a pretty innovative way to look at a major at Illinois. This major used to be called Metropolitan Food and Environmental Systems. We took away that word metropolitan and added in sustainability just to hopefully better convey what this major is. But within the College of ACES, this major is for those students that have a passion for food, they have a passion for agriculture, the environment, but they don't necessarily have the passion for all of the science that goes along with it, or maybe all of the economics that goes along with it. They're students that want to be out in the communities and educating the urban development of a town, or working with food pantries, working with policymakers to say, hey, this is a food desert. How can we figure this out and get access for those people? to healthy, clean food and energy. So this major is amazingly transfer friendly. So if you have those students that are looking and they want to get to the University of Illinois and they want to have that agricultural degree, this is definitely a major. It doesn't really have transfer requirements other than the 2.5 GPA, but as long as they're meeting the progress towards the associate's degree and the gen ed, so and maybe potentially taking intro to crop sciences, intro to food sciences, or intro to soils and ag economics, this is a good major for those students. It kind of goes along with our organizational community leadership or even our ag education major, but this one definitely takes out the people education side of it and emphasizes the influence side of the major. So if you do have students that potentially would be a good fit for this, please just reach out and let us know. I went ahead and kind of combined our majors as it looks like for the transfer guarantee. We really love the students that come in with those ag econ classes and the crop science and have that foundation in the ag fields for the major that they want to go into, but we also need some of those other gen eds along the way. So if a student comes in with statistics and psychology, these are the majors: human development, organizational community leadership, and ag communications that they could automatically be admitted into. For those students that have calculus and chemistry done, we would ask, these are the majors, so animal science, engineering, technology, and management for ag systems, natural resources, food science, crop science, plant biotech. We can guarantee admission into these programs as long as they have that calculus and chemistry completed. Ideally, again, they would also have those supporting classes, intro to animal science, along with them. But we also need to emphasize the calculus and the chemistry in order to look at degree completion time. Calculus, finite math, economics, accountancy. This is our lovely ag econ program at Illinois with all of the 9 different concentrations. So if the student is interested in ag econ, please encourage them to not only take the intro to ag econ microeconomics course at your college, but also macroeconomics, calculus, finite math, accountancy too. And that would work for that transfer guarantee into those programs. All students that apply and are admitted and choose to come to Illinois with a 3.4 GPA or higher are automatically accepted into the James Scholars or invited to be part of the James Scholars Honors Program at Illinois. And then for scholarships, I personally invite all of the students that have accepted their offer of admission to apply for scholarships. It's one scholarship application. It's relatively painless. It's, do you have a passion for horseradish production, or do you have a passion for production agriculture? Like, these are the questions that we ask, and pretty straightforward. Shouldn't take them any longer than an hour to fill out. If they fill out that scholarship application, it applies them for over 90 different scholarships in the College of ACES. The average award is typically around $1,500 to $2,000 an academic year. So definitely encourage your students, if they decide to come to Illinois, to be on the lookout for that scholarship application, because while I can't guarantee money, it's a good possibility that scholarships would come with that application. Reach out anytime. This is my contact information. And cell phone, or not cell phone number. You can have my cell phone number if you want, but there's my office phone number as well as email. I think that's under my 5 minutes, Justin.
Great job. Awesome. I knew you'd do it.
Well, I had your faith in me, really.
You're welcome. Brianna, any questions for Brianna? Great to hear from you again. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Take care. Anybody in-house here ready to roll? Anybody want to go first? Illinois State, you're up. Oh, sorry, let me share. Sharing. Clicker right there.
See if it works. Go back.
Perfect. All right. I'll try to be quicker than that even. But this was put together by a department chair, so I don't know how long it is. Oh, it's hard to see. Wait. What that under there says is, what does the I and ISU stand for right now? Well, the ISU and ISU right now is it's not going to stand for anything because the clicker doesn't work. So it stands for interim right now. Last academic year, our president resigned. So now we have an interim president. We're right now actively putting together a search committee for a new president of ISU. But Dr. Andover Tarhuli is our interim president. He was our provost. Going along with that trend, we do now have an interim athletic director, Dr. Jerry Beggs, which she's familiar with us. Her husband is the director of KNR in the College of Cass, and he was actually a former interim chair of the Department of Ag. So we're familiar with Jerry. Our former dean of Cass, Dr. Dob McClota, is now the interim dean of the College of Education. Right now, we have an interim chair, Dr. Aslan Spalding. Some of you may know she's a professor of agricultural economics. She's now serving as our chair. And someone who is not an interim that's new, we actually have a new dean in the College of Applied Science and Technology, and that's Dr. Chad McAvoy. He comes to us from Northern Illinois University. He's actually a former faculty member at ISU. I think he went to like Syracuse or something for a while and then went to Northern. He was working in the provost office. But he is our new dean of Cass. So you can see we've had a lot of leadership changes at ISU here in the past couple years. But like I said, right now we're hiring, we're going to hire a new president. We actually got a thing today to vote on our search committee for our department chair. So we're in the process of doing all that at ISU. Here are the numbers for this year. Almost 21,000 total students, 18,450 undergraduates, and then 2,539 graduate students. We have the largest freshman class here in 36 years. Last year's number, well, we had the largest freshman class in 35 years. So this year we have 5,578 freshman students. Kind of an interesting fact to note, 41% of those are now coming from underrepresented groups. And we also had 1,814 transfer students. Within the agriculture department, our numbers, they're up by 7. So I'm happy to report that. 432 graduate or students. With that, out of those, 391 are undergraduate students, and we have 41 graduate students in our programs right now. You can see our sequences of instruction. We still have our 10 undergraduate sequences there, the largest being ag business, pre-vet, and animal science. We still have our 3 graduate sequences. And then I did mention earlier, we are proposing 3 new undergraduate sequences. One of them is precision agriculture, regenerative agriculture, and then sustainable food and bioenergy production. So those are 3. Let's see, I think it's Nicholas Heller is working on those right now. I know we're doing some partnerships with Heartland on some of those as well. Those are some of the changes there within the agriculture enrollment. You can kind of see some trends here. You know, we're getting kind of back around 2012 where we were at. We were really high in 2016. That was way before my time. But they essentially said that was too many students for us. We had outgrew, we didn't have enough faculty. So now we're kind of around our 400 mark again. You can see our graduate numbers have excelled the past few years. I'm going to contribute that to offering some online courses now, especially within our agriculture education and leadership sequence. We saw a huge enrollment when that went up in after 2021 when we started offering courses online. Faculty and staff, right now we're up 1 faculty member. We're actually down full-time, non-tenure track. We have 6 non-tenure track faculty instructors now that are teaching some of our classes, we had some faculty move. One of them went to JJC. JJC stole them from us. And then we had another one leave like the week before classes started. So we hired a bunch of adjuncts to kind of help out with this fall semester. We are actively, I think we just closed a search for someone to work in our horticulture program. We have 1 AP staff, we have 3 civil service staff and 6 farm staff that work out at our farm. Those are our registered student organizations. Those haven't really changed except for the addition of a cannabis club that we had on campus this last year. And I walked by their meetings and it seems to be a very popular club because the room is full. The interesting thing, I think there's like 3 ag students and the rest are just random students from around campus that want to learn more about cannabis. Couple things, we've done some renovations to ROP. You probably saw this from last year, but all of our classrooms now have been renovated. This is our big 108G. It's our bigger room. We got, instead of desks, we have tables now, but all of our other classrooms have been painted, lighting, all that stuff. And we've also done a lot of stuff with our agriculture mechanics shop. We actually got new lighting. We had like old gym lighting. It took like 10 minutes for it to actually turn on. So we got new LED lighting in there. We got new electrical above all of our work tables. And we've done a lot with different equipment here the past few years. So we've updated a lot of our ag mechanics facilities. Not much has changed with our other facilities on campus. We're still running about 600 acres of corn, soybeans, forage crops out at our farm. Up in Lexington, we still have beef, sheep, and swine. 24-acre horticulture center, we still operate. We're working on getting another staff member to help Jessica out there. And then, as always, we have lots of student employment opportunities for students to work at the horticulture center or the farm, as well as a lot of independent study options for our students, similar to what you guys have for internships. Some points of pride from our chair. We worked this last summer. We were named at IACCAI conference, the Outstanding Post-Secondary Ag Program. And then we found out that we were the Region 4 winner as well. So we get to go out to Phoenix here in a little while. We just got done, I think 3 weeks ago, we had our Ag Career Fair. We had 56 companies participating in that. And just like the rest of you, we host lots of FFA contests to get students on campus. One thing that I'm not really familiar with, she wanted me to put a plug in. We're hosting some type of technology boot camp with precision planning next summer. So expect to hear something. We're going to invite you and your students to attend that event. I don't even know what that is, but she wanted me to share that with you. Are there any questions? All right. I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Jay. Any volunteers for next? Okay.
Thank you, Justin. It's certainly a pleasure to be here and be a part of the activities in the IACCAI Fall Conference. I'm happy to invite and introduce to you Kevin Klein, who's just recently retired from Illinois College and is now a professor emeritus in economics. And one of the good things is he still works for the Illinois College at a 2/3 rate. And one of the things he does is helps to supervise our online ag business management program, and also all of the business department online programs. So the good part is Kevin's been really engaged with us in our ag program and helped us to make major inroads in making sure that people knew that we had an ag business program at Illinois College. So with that, I just want to tell you that we're glad to be here. Thanks for having us. See if I can get this going the right direction. Many of you know, and we've talked about some of this before, founded in 1829, small liberal arts college that's, I didn't know that it was Yale Missionaries. First college in Illinois to award a bachelor's degree. And why in Jacksonville? Because in 1829, Jacksonville was the population center for the state of Illinois.
This little town in northeastern Illinois started out and never successful. Called Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good.
Founded in the, obviously in the Morgan County region. It's west central of Illinois, tremendously popular in terms of tremendously high value land, and agriculture is exceptionally big there. Jonathan Baldwin Turner's a part of our history at Illinois College. And so most of us all know him from the land grant universities, but started as a biology professor at Illinois College. IC is known for high quality liberal arts education and began the Ag Business Major program 5-6 years ago. I'm just into my fourth year, starting my fourth year with Illinois College. And the important part I want to stop at this end of this slide is we offer both an on-campus face-to-face as well as an online ag business management program, and total of about 60 majors at the present time. But our administration, our board of trustees has really pushed hard to have us work hard on trying to increase our numbers and make sure that we have people know that we're here, and invite students, good quality students, outstanding students to come to be a part of Illinois College. See if we can make this work. Started in 2022. We began discussions with community colleges and forming 2+2 agreements. Thus far, we've gotten approval of agreements with John Wood and Kaskaskia that have been signed. But we've met with Heartland and Illinois College and Joliet, and we've talked to Blackhawk and many of the rest of you that are in the room we've talked to. Those of you that we haven't talked to yet, we're going to be there. Wabash, we kind of took our Illinois College and started making the circle bigger and bigger, and eventually we're going to get there, and Lakeland as well. And so we're going to just continue to grow and expand in that area. We're willing to take up to 60 hours of an AAS degree graduate from your schools, and we want them to graduate because it needs to be good for you, and it needs to be good for you so that they graduate, because we understand that completers are important. AA or AS degrees up to 88 hours. And then our MOU that we'll develop with any of you, we want to do that through this next year. And it'll basically tell you what the student needs to have, and what they need to have done when they get done with, to be able to complete our program. I see Aggies as an organization that's now getting reorganized. Through COVID, that was a tough one to hold that organization together. Some of you maybe experienced some of that, but we're putting that back together. Our current leadership is all female, and approximately 40 to 45 students in that program and in that activity right now. And looking for things to do. One of the things they're considering strongly is to be part of the Farm Bureau Youth. So young farmers program for the Farm Bureau. I see is opening a search for an additional faculty member, master's degree in ag related field or PhD preferred. This would be a 10-year track position. I'm going to basically let you look down through the list: crops, soils, animal science, but also agribusiness, everything from sales to marketing and all of those kinds of classes that go along with it. Mentoring students and helping with some academic advising. But it would be a good program. And this year we're going to go ahead and make the steps to attend an FFA, National FFA Convention again. And we'd want this person to be engaged. And we're also going to be at the Farm Bureau annual meeting this year, which we've never done before. So we're looking to do that. And again, the online market is really an interesting group of people. It's the same program, it's the same instructors, but we want to make sure that we're doing a good job with it. And I might have Kevin make a comment or two about the ag business program online.
That was unexpected.
Sorry.
Yeah, so the online ag business program is our largest online program that we've got of all the other programs that exist. It offers a really nice opportunity, especially for those people who are doing 2-year degree and then want to go work professionally. I'm a graduate of ICC out of Peoria. I didn't want to go to college at all. And every year, every semester, I kept on kicking and screaming why I had to stay in. all the way through my doctorate program. But sometimes you get into this school and you suddenly realize that it's not as bad as what you thought, and you want to keep going, but now you want to work as well. So we've got this fully online program that allows them to work full time and continue on. And it's all part of that articulation kind of arrangement that we're very transfer friendly.
Good, thank you. And I just might mention the online program are in 8-week blocks. And so that's typical, I think, for a number of places. And if they come to us with a 2-year degree, they can be done in 18 months. If they go straight through and continue to have every 8 weeks, another class. So it's kind of interesting. It's been a great program. Administration and then the Board of Trustees is highly supportive of our program and our activities, and they're really pushing hard for us to get out and make us ourselves known. And so again, thanks for all your support. Thanks for having this, and thanks for letting us have a report in today.
Thank you. Jeff and Kevin, thank you so much. Western, you're next.
There you go. All right, everybody. So my name is Paul Blom, forestry instructor from Western Illinois University. I am standing in place of our director, Dr. Baker, who was unfortunately unable to make it. He had an open house and he had a big Ag Advisory Board committee meeting he had to go to. All right. So, basically, I know we want to make this brief. I want to make this brief as well. No PowerPoint for me, but we have a handout. So Justin and Allison are kind of passing out our handout. That's going to have more granular detail, and then I'll just brush over some of the highlights. So can you hear me like this? Do I have to? The online people have to hear me this. Okay, so I'll hold the microphone up. So we're very proud of our ag program, as I am sure everybody in here is proud of their own ag program. But it's good to take, self-pride in these things. We have a very hands-on program, and our students get involved in the field at the university farm, which I also manage, and at in our labs and in our curricular clubs. We have a lot of extracurricular clubs, and of course we also send them out on quite a few internships. A couple of weeks ago, we had our career fair, which had well over 50 possible employers coming in. It seems that our agriculture career fair kind of outpaces the university-wide career fair when it comes to who's coming in and looking for our students. I don't know if you guys experience the same thing or not. So as far as some changes in our curriculum, it's been my benefit and my some of my hard work that we have added a new kind of resurrected a new minor, the community forestry minor. So that's about taking trees in our developed areas and could be a small town, suburban or urban, and just using those trees, taking care of them and helping make the community a better place because of that. So it's not, our traditional forestry.
Hi, this is Brianna.
More of a combination.
Sorry.
For me?
Brianna, you are not muted.
Thanks. So, but yeah, I'm very
excited.
Yeah,
I don't need that anymore, but thank you so much.
So
hey, Brianna. There we go. Now you're muted. Thank you.
Okay. So as we kind of move through the handout, just briefly, our students, of course, many other universities and colleges do the same. The students go to competitions. So our students usually do fairly well in a number of different competitions. Our livestock judging does very well. they had this third place senior team at the 2022 North American International Livestock Expo, where they got third place, and then their Caleb Bowden, he secured his high individual at that competition. Glad that, we were pleased to sign an articulation agreement with John Wood Community College. That was thanks to Mike Tenhouse and his group, as well as our ag advisor, Amber Keithley. So that was very nice. We had students participating in the SACES competition. We had a few of them do pretty well in that as well. 7 WIU students were qualified and competed in the 2023 National Pass Conference in Des Moines. We had David Ramirez received the first place in public speaking, and Luke Jagars received second place in the agribusiness administration employment interview. So School of Agriculture, we've been able to, through the generation of our partners, generous donations of our partners, we've received 32,000 from Spectrum Technologies. So we have a bunch of new weather stations out at our different farm locations, and that's going to help us gather data that's going to be used for student research, which we're proud that we do get to go through a lot of student research and get them to produce a bunch of posters and bring them to professional conferences. So we've been able to honor some distinguished alumni, and we'll just keep buzzing through here quickly. We've received support from the Illinois Farm Bureau to give us some new upgrades in some of our classrooms. We've also gotten grants from Compeer to help us renovate one of our buildings a little bit, kind of get it, our livestock center and arena combo, to get that to look better and be more of a presentation place for bringing people. We've had every year, it seems we hit a new record or so, but our 2023 Ag Legacy Sale raised over 131,000, and basically it's a class that is a one-day online auction that's put on by the livestock merchandising class. But those funds get used for travel for the livestock judging team, and they go all over the place. And as well as they use it for some of the animal science curriculum. And then we've also been able to put together a few more departmental scholarships, and they'll be awarded for the first time in this fall semester. We are going to be shifting some of our scholarship deadlines to March 15th, 2024, instead of a fall deadline. And that's going to help us to assist the financial aid protocols that the students have to go through. We would have students who would maybe get some financial aid, then they'd get some scholarships, and then they'd lose some financial aid. And that teeter-totter didn't, that wasn't a great plan. So we're shifting that deadline so that we can kind of avoid that kind of a situation. But the upcoming dates, we'll go through our upcoming dates here. So today, again, Dr. Baker couldn't be here to deliver this because he's having an open house and a meeting with his Ag Advisory Board. But we have 2 of those open houses, once a semester. I think today they're supposed to bring in about 50 new potential students. Then in March, we're going to have our 52nd annual Ag Expo. So it's a big student-run Ag Expo, and we've been doing it for half a century now. And that's usually very well attended by the local people, and it's got a very good history with all our students and alumni. March 8th, we'll also have the 52nd annual bull test sale, then auction out at the farm. And that's an ongoing excellent experience for students, and it also is for the consigners and local livestock industry. And then we'll have a couple of Discover Western dates where students can come in and visit the university on October 28th. It's a Saturday, and November 11th. That's a Saturday. But to try to wrap up, thank you for the opportunity today we appreciate your students and welcome the opportunity to educate your students in their pursuit to a 4-year degree in agriculture. We are happy to accommodate any students that desire to visit our campus with a tour. And the best way to set up a personal visit is going to be through our admissions office. Any questions? Open up to questions now. All right. But hopefully that handout will give you more granular detail on what's going on at Western.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Down to me. So PowerPoint's on there, but I printed out copies. I thought I'd just send them around. Because 3 minutes isn't very much time. So Greenville got into agribusiness because there was a sense, and I think it's valid, that there wasn't enough institutional space to produce ag graduates, right? So we didn't get in to compete with anybody. We just got in because there was a demand for people who understood agriculture, and we could do that through agribusiness. And I showed up. After they decided to do this. I was working in University of Missouri Extension, working with farmers that wanted to lease cows to their children. And sweat equity is a hard way to pay for a cow, right? It just if that's all you're doing is producing labor, that's the way we built the program, right? It's me teaching a lot of business classes and trying to share 40 years of experience and 12 years of college. This is the stats from the state about where we were in 2022. Right. And I like to point out that if you combine our students with University of Illinois together, we almost cover 63% of the ag students in the state. Right. Anyway, so this is our score. Right. We've had 20 students graduate, and they're all like I think they are competitive with the good students from all the other institutions, right? So this is the problem, right? You start a 4-year program, it takes a while to get graduates. We had a big wave in our 4th year, and then we had COVID. This was the post-COVID year, right? But we didn't get very many students, and now our program's online, and we're excited, just as Illinois College is excited about those opportunities, and I think the future looks bright. This is the way I teach my students. I'm a career planner. And when I was in extension, I was really frustrated that I couldn't get business plans that matched each other, right? And there's one University of Missouri publication on how to plan a business that gave an outline of how to plan a business, but the example used a different structure. And it's like, come on. So there's 4 parts, right? Business structure. You got to identify the business. You got a marketing plan. You got to finance. You got to deal with the operations, right? And these are our ag classes. I've got about 7 now. I had to add a science class because when they moved my program online, I lost the opportunity to guarantee that my students would understand photosynthesis. So my science class is a survey. Survey is a word that we use a lot. It's a survey class. It's not really a science class, but it will prepare my students to understand science in the business world, right? And so these non-green classes are the other classes in our program. I teach both economics classes and operations management in addition to the ag classes. So as I'm trying to understand how we're doing the right thing, if we're doing the right thing, I discovered the agribusiness pathways, and I'm still trying to understand exactly how those fit in. But the green, if you can see the colors, the green labels in the agribusiness pathway are the ones we have agricultural classes for. The ones that have the word ag scratched out and are black and bold are the non-ag versions of that. So I'm still trying to figure out where that boundary is between something that's ag and, we talked about ag economics, and we had a suggestion that you can use a non-economics textbook if you add ag stuff, right? So it's a bold new frontier. These other things we talk about, but we don't really have a course in those. So I think we're kind of in the game. One of the illuminating things, I showed this slide last year, is on my video, that I figured out what we were doing, right? And I'm surrounded by you guys, a little dwarfed, right? A little dwarfed by all the resources in Illinois to teach agriculture. But I don't have to, we chose not to teach vocational skills. And we also chose not to cultivate professional students, right? So we're not trying to build graduate students. We're not trying to teach people how to actually do these things. But I'm fiercely analytical. I'm a systems economist, and so I mentioned earlier to Bill that I don't want to teach ag literacy. I want to teach agriculture as a language so that people can speak it, right? I don't want them just to understand it. And that's my interpretation of that word. So, but I believe my students should have an analytical rigor. I believe they should learn communication skills, and we're able to produce this degree in 120 hours. And then it's working, right? And now I'm ready to get to know everybody. So I'm trying to do that here. I'm trying to do that in a lot of ways. We started an equestrian program, which, it's like, what? It's not easy to start an equestrian program. Agribusiness, you just have to have access to the skills, but you got to have stuff to do an equestrian program. And so we actually are in the game in that. It's worked. I don't know how to fit into that yet. But I mentioned when I got to Greenville that Greenville University should be thinking about an ag education program, because we might be able to do that without a farm. And I don't know if we can or not, but our now chief academic officer has been trying to make that work. And I was talking with Bill from Kaskaskia. We neither one know what's going on, but there's an agreement underway to do have a 4-year ag education degree with our 4-year education program and the agricultural programs that Kaskaskia offers. So I'm not sure what that'll look like. I've been when COVID hit, I didn't know how to do online teaching. I didn't know how to do regular teaching when I showed up at Greenville. But I'm a hard study and a fast learner. So I got involved with my professional association, the Ag and Applied Economics Association, AAEA. I've been a member for 30 years, but I never did anything. And so I learned how to teach online through them, probably. And then they wanted to have an award for agribusiness program. I said, boy, if I could figure out what an award was supposed to look like, maybe I could have a good program too. So I got involved, and we're about to launch a survey into 200 4-year agribusiness programs, because they realize that nobody knows what a standard agribusiness program looks like. And so it's hard to give an award to something if you don't know what the standard is. And so this is a weird thing, right? So I'm sitting here with people who understand education. My ag economists group, they're all a bunch of nerds that teach, right? They're not trained educators necessarily. And so I'm just fascinated by how the many networks you trip over before you finally get something you can use. And then it's about killed me, almost as bad as my dissertation, but I'm finishing up this revision of this textbook. It's about ready to send to the publisher after several years of trying. So I'm going to revise this. I'm revising this James Beerline's textbook. I knew the other two authors when I was young. I have their book from 1980 on my bookshelf. And because they were my professors, they invited me to revise this textbook. So never know how it's going to work out. It's going to look different. The world has changed since 1980, right? So that's why it's taking me so long. That's all I got. One more thing, just this is sort of weird for me. I was teaching, I was given meetings in the evenings at University of Missouri Extension before I came to Greenville. Most of my professional career, I've like not, I've been comfortable not putting my faith in my world, right? So I work at a faith-based college. I would get in trouble. I would get in trouble if I said a prayer to farmers at an evening meal in Extension, right? I was told not to do that. And then I come to Greenville and they want me to share my faith. And I think that's a gift for agribusiness, because farmers are faith-based people, right? And the people who serve them are faith-based people. And so I think I got an edge over the non-faith-based institutions, because we can talk about being faith-based in agribusiness and we don't have to knock on doors or anything. Anyway, that's it.
Thanks, Mark.
Oh,
SIU had to leave early, so he was here and he had to leave early. Had a emergency to take off too. So or unexpected, not emergency, sorry, but unexpectedly had to leave. So his presentation is in the folder there, so you have access to Southern's information. At this time, let's shift gears to our last lunch topic. Start with. Okay, so at this time, Monica is going to take the lead here and we'll bring up our guests from Illinois Corn Marketing Board. We have John Rosensteel here, who's the District 2 Director of the Illinois Corn Marketing Board, and Haley Bickelhop, who's the Policy Communications Manager at Illinois Corn. And they're going to talk a little bit about some opportunities for some grant money for colleges and how we're utilizing some of those funds here at Highland. So.
I'll actually let John come on up and Haley as well. They're going to start off. I'll let you kind of say what your position is within Illinois Corn Marketing Board, but I'm going to let you guys talk first, and then I'll describe how we have utilized the opportunity that you presented to us.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm John Rosensteel. I'm currently Illinois Corn Marketing Board Chairman, as Justin said, District 2, which is basically Joe Davis, Stevenson, Ogle, Winnebago, Whiteside counties up here in Northwest Illinois. And welcome to Northwest Illinois, by the way. A little soggy day, so I can't be in the combine, so I got the opportunity to come and talk to you guys here today. For those of you not familiar, Illinois Corn Marketing Board, every bushel of corn that gets produced in the state of Illinois has a checkoff fund withdrawn from that, 7/8 of a cent from every bushel of corn that gets produced and sold in Illinois. 7/8 of a cent goes into the checkoff fund. And the Illinois Corn Marketing Board, we are the overseers of that fund. Of the 2 billion bushels, you can do the math on that, how many dollars we oversee. We are 13 directors throughout the state of Illinois. Again, I represent this area up in here, but those checkoff funds are used primarily for promotion and marketing of Illinois corn, whether it's domestic or foreign, overseas. We promote corn in all forms, whether it's cornstarch, raw corn, ethanol. That's what we do. But again, basic to our purpose of the checkoff is that promotion and marketing of corn and those people that produce the corn. So that's why we have created in this past year an opportunity to work with community colleges. We recognize the gap, I guess, that is occurring between qualified people to come and work in agriculture. Case in point, just recently, I don't know if you get Progressive Farmer, but on the cover of Progressive Farmer, it says the search for technicians and the struggle that machinery dealerships, and I'm sure you guys all experience this too, lack of qualified people to come out and help do all the functions that farmers do. So Illinois Corn Marketing Board took up this initiative to work with community colleges. Traditionally, we have mainly worked with the four-year universities, but recognized that a lot of the folks that are going to help support agriculture in the future may not necessarily want a four-year degree, that they may be coming through the community college system. So that's where we formed this grant this past year. We have two community colleges that are working with us, one of them being Highland here in Stevenson County, and thanks to Justin and Monica, and she'll explain a little bit of what they're doing. But this grant program, we recognize that each community college is kind of its own animal. And the way what you have in front of you there is kind of an outline of what we've created. This is really, you can tailor it to what your needs are in your community college. Monica will explain what they've done here. The other one in the state, they've tailored it a little bit differently for themselves. One thing that I would throw out there right now, because a lot of our effort is in the field of ethanol. If you have an automotive portion of the community college that you work with, a lot of effort going into work on E85 and adapting engines to E85 and some of the research that's going into that. We would be more than happy to work with somebody on some of those projects as well. So it's really, you can tailor it to whatever needs that you may have in your organization. Haley, anything to add?
I was just going to say, I know Monica's going to speak too, but we have those sheets that have a couple opportunities labeled there. And then also we have both of our business cards. So feel free to reach out to us with your ideas too, because like you said, we want to be flexible and tailor to the needs of the college that you have.
Yeah, so when we found out about this opportunity, we actually kind of took it with the intention that the Illinois Corn Marketing Board was trying to find a way to feed the talent pipeline of future agriculture industry employees, and then also to tap into like students with non-traditional background. So maybe didn't grow up on a farm, maybe have minority background experiences, et cetera. So we have Freeport High School right in our backyard, who has a huge population of students that don't have a traditional agriculture background. So they approached us looking for some opportunities to educate some of their students as a capstone component for their seniors going through the agricultural pathway, kind of at the same time that the Illinois Corn Marketing Board presented this grant opportunity to us. So we sort of put the two things together, and what we ended up doing is creating this capstone experience for seniors at Freeport High School to come to campus for the full school year in the afternoon. So they come to campus Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They're with Justin for 2 days, and they're with me for 2 days, an hour and a half in the afternoon. They're taking 2 classes per semester, so they're ending up with 14 credit hours total. We're providing these are the 4 courses that the students are taking with us. The bottom 2 are our transfer animal science and our crop science courses. So we're looking to educate them in agri-science, because agriculture is a science and a business and technology, but we're starting there and getting them engaged with the hands-on labs
and the curriculum that we teach in those two courses. Then we created 2 new courses because we just wanted to truly like educate students on the vast career opportunities, obviously in agriculture. Many of you probably run into the same concept or the same struggle when you are trying to show students what opportunities are available. Many students think, well, I'm not a farmer. I didn't grow up on a farm. Agriculture is not for me. We stress that 9 out of 10 jobs are not in agriculture, are not production farmers, right? We need all those support roles. So the ag survey courses are to expose students to the careers as well as to industry experts within those career areas. So this next slide kind of has an outline of the different topics in each of those industry courses. So we broke it down into animals, mechanics, and technology, which is Justin's wheelhouse, and then plant science, food science, and environment, which is the side that I'll be teaching. And we're interacting, inviting, visiting all of these industry experts along the way so that they can truly meet and see and show and tell the jobs. Instead of talking about the jobs, they're talking to the industry experts. So first year for this, we have 12 students in the course. We did expand beyond Freeport High School because enrollment from Freeport High School didn't hit what we needed. So we did end up reaching out further. We do hope to, over the years, continue to, that our main tank of students comes from Freeport High School, but as a pilot, I think we're off to a good start here. So any questions or anything to add, Justin? Yes.
Monica, if you said this, I apologize. Are the students coming on your campus, or how's the schedule, transportation, et cetera?
Good question. So we scheduled it. It's a 1 o'clock to 2:25 in the afternoon. They do come to campus. So that's very limiting, right? Like schools that are really close to us within, I think our farthest student is traveling 40 minutes actually to get here, but that's an extreme case. It also lines up with, we have other high school students that come to campus for like welding and industrial manufacturing through our career tech program. Some of you may have some version of that. So there is already buses for those, the schools that participate in career tech already have buses coming to campus. So actually next year, this is going to be adopted as a career tech option as well, just to further promote that program. Yeah, there are online components though, because we do teach those courses as hybrid courses. So we do have them all in our Moodle shell and everything, and students, we can't meet the full contact hours required to teach it fully face-to-face.
Any other questions?
Sorry, I know Justin's trying to keep us on schedule. We're good. So then are you using the grant dollars to help subsidize their tuition, or how? And again, if there's things you don't want to share, but I'm just curious on, it's a great idea.
100% of their tuition is paid by the grant dollars. And so we maxed out at about 12, 13 students, and that's what we filled to. So that's exactly what the grant pays for, is the tuition.
Any other questions?
And again, just thanks to Justin and Monica for letting us to present in front of you today. But again, on that sheet of paper at the bottom is Lindsay Mitchell. She is our communications director, and she is heading up the program. Haley here is one of our staff as well that works with Lindsay. But Lindsay is really the point person on this. And again, we're offering it to all the community colleges in the state. Again, Highland is one that took us up on the offer this year, and we'd like to work with you on it because again, we see the need, and we want to try to build out that workforce the best we can, not only with qualified employees, but we see an aspect of the leadership side of it as well, that we want to try to instill some leadership in some of these young people to maybe be involved in the organizations, whether it's FFA, whatever, Illinois corn, Illinois soybeans, whatever. But that's what we're trying to do as well.
And we just think it's great that Illinois Marketing Board is on board to help with this, recruitment into the ag industry, because we feel sometimes alone, right, as ag teachers trying to be the spokesperson for all these jobs. So to have organizations like you get on board with us and put some dollars behind it, that, makes it really more of a team effort. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. And Tammy, I have not yelled at you once today. What are you talking about? The dead glare. That's just my normal stare. All right. Hey, let's take just a couple minutes. If you need to use the restroom, we're going to get started with the business meeting here in just a second. By the looks of it, you all have to grab one more plate of food. And we'll get rolling here in just a second. Okay, we'll get started here in 1 minute. Gotta be careful. I gotta be careful. I don't want to give the death stare to anybody. Fifteen seconds. All right, in order to be respectful of everybody's time, I know several of you have a drive ahead of you, so let's get rolling. I call this meeting to order at 12:51. You can see in front of you the agenda for today. Are there any additions? Corrections? This is located on page 20, I believe, in your packet. Yep, page 20. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve? Miranda, second. Jeff Landers, all in favor, say aye. All opposed, motion passes. The minutes from last conference is on page 21. Everybody good on the minutes? Moved by Bill, second by Brad, all approves, say aye. Motion passes. Financial reports are on page 22 and 23. Also are in your Google folder here. John, anything to add on the financial reports? I don't know if there's anybody on Zoom anymore.
Main thing, I will give props to the last three IACCAI presidents. Your finances are in great shape because of your last three conference hosts. At College DuPage and Highland, we've had fantastic conference sponsorships that have gone above and beyond what was expected. And Richland Community College covered a lot of the expenses last year and didn't invoice us. So IACCAI finances are in really great shape because of our last three conference hosts. Props to them.
Anybody have any questions on financial reports? Motion, is that a motion, John? To approve? Yes. Motion to approve by Bill, second by Brian. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, motion passes. Thank you. Auditing committee report is at the bottom. Page 23. Just indicates that the executive board did review all of this prior to this meeting on September 14th and made sure everything looked good. Any motion on that one, John? No? Good. Landers, boy, okay. Landers, motion, second. Doug, second. All in favor, say aye. Beautiful, thank you. All right, affiliate reports. Oh, they were right there, sorry. Anybody want to go first? I know Andrew did provide some stuff from ISBE. I think he said maybe Jen was going to talk about that. Do you want to go first? Awesome.
All right, thank you. Why don't we go ahead and get started? Let's click on the ISBE affiliate report first, if you don't mind. So Andrew Klein was unable to be here today, but he did share this information with us. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer those. But a couple things going on. First of all, our fiscal year budget hearings are in full swing. So you may see some emails coming your way asking for support for the agricultural education line item. Currently, we are seeking 10,000, or not 10,000, 10 million, right? That's a bigger number than I usually work with. $10 million for agricultural education in those budget hearings. And Justin, just as you finish doing that, I'm going to have you jump back, if you don't mind, to the affiliate reports folder. And Andrew has a breakdown, and they all have access to this too. Justin, correct? You sent these out? Perfect. So you can check these out later in more detail if you'd like. This is exactly where I need you to be, but definitely bigger, right? And so this is the breakdown of what the 10 million could potentially look like as we look at 2025 fiscal year until we get to 2029, and how that looks. So obviously our student numbers are growing, our program numbers are growing, our teacher numbers are growing. So we have a lot of things to be proud of in ag education, but with those numbers and those increases, we also see increases in our needs and in our funding, right? So blessing and the curse at the same time. So what we're looking at is the main places the funds would be going for the $10 million would be going to the agriculture incentive funding grants. And initially at 10 million, that'll put us at $82.09 per student. In recent years, that number has been as low as $15 per student. So we're really looking at opportunities to get some money back into the programs and start funding those again at higher levels. Over time, you know, as our number of programs continues to grow and the number of students continues to grow, that number comes back down, you know, closer to maybe $20 per student is what we're looking at. Local program support, that's kind of what we think of as a traditional FK model, right? Like with the 5 field staff and myself. That's going to be here on local program support. You can see those numbers there on line number 10. Line 11 shows you work-based learning, and John Edgar can speak more to that. The FFA Center has awarded that grant for work-based learning with FK. And then the curricular resource management, that is on there as well. And you may have seen some emails coming out from them regarding agriculture biology as a topic that's going to be, right now it's being piloted in a lot of schools. We've got 10 schools with science teachers teaching that curriculum. And the next phase, phase 2, will be involving our agriculture teachers as well. So we're looking at this class really as something that can be taught by agriculture teachers and by science teachers. And Luke Allen, I mean, he's one of the first who will tell you, we're seeing more science teachers, especially in Luke's region, who are crossing over to the agriculture side because of things like agriculture biology and environmental sciences. Even at Lutheran High School in Springfield, we're working with science teachers to we're trying to convince them to be ag teachers, right, Mr. Harmon? Always. So we're trying to work with teachers who are teaching sciences to bring them into agriculture and agriculture biology. The 3 Circle grant for our teachers, that's another big area, right? So the 3 Circle grant, what actually happens is now we have more teachers who are taking the 3 Circle grant than we even had teaching agriculture when we started the grant in FY17. So we had no idea that it would grow, first of all, this quickly. And second of all, this grant is based on the teacher's daily rate of pay. So the idea behind it is recruitment, right? And we want to retain our teachers. Well, it's working. So we have more teachers now. We have teachers who are staying, and what happens to their salary is they stay in their position. It goes up. And so then our needs for the grants also go up. And so the past 2 years, the grant has actually been prorated, meaning we don't have enough money to allocate the full 100% of what those teachers are owed. So we're looking at about a 94 to 96% of what they should be getting paid from that grant coming from the state. So that is additional funds that the 10 million will allow us to get them where they need to be on their 3 Circle grants, and then hopefully get us through a few years beyond that as well. You can also see we have our incentive funding grants for the universities on here, the GAS grant that some of you are a part of as well with the growing agri-science teachers, and then the pre-service internship program as well, which is going to be starting in its 3rd year. Justin, if you can go back to his ISBE affiliate report for Andrew. So other things on here, he did mention the urban and community agriculture curriculum contract. Those funds are being utilized from the Illinois State Board of Education from the royalties account. If you've ever heard of that, the funds that were generated from our curriculum in ag education are helping to pay for new curriculum in urban and community agriculture. Lindy Coker, some of you may know her as Lindy Strimstifer from a previous life. She is leading that charge with CEC, or cutting edge curriculum. And so they were awarded that contract. She's looking for people to be on that committee now, and they're moving forward. The pre-service internship application, Jess Smithers is leading that charge, and it says that will be coming out here. When is that coming out? I just read it earlier. In January. Well, it'll be open. There you go. So Jess is open to interns at any time, but Luke, you're also right. January of 2024, the grant will open for a new 3-year cycle for anyone to apply for that grant who is interested. And then you can link there to see the current grant if you're interested in learning more about applying for the grant yourself for your own program. And then the ag biology curriculum we talked about going into phase 2, Jesse Faber and Jennifer Stone lead that charge with curricular resource management with FK. And then the last one, the position for ag consultant is still open at the Illinois State Board of Education. So Andrew is fulfilling this position in addition to his new position until we find someone. So the job is open and they are looking for someone, but we have not been able to find anyone to take that position yet. So looks like he's still pushing that one there too. Yep, there's your interested candidates and the link to go to for you. So if you're interested in that, Andrew can definitely help you out, or if you know of others. Justin, if you can head back to the affiliate reports and click on the FK October 2023. So I guess now we'll go into the FK part of things. Our team, we are all here today. So I guess I should have started with that. Jennifer Waters, State Coordinator for the Facilitating Coordination in Agricultural Education Local Program Support. Like, we just make that title longer and longer, right? So we have a new logo that we have started working on with the Illinois Farm Bureau and putting that out there. But our staff is here today. If you guys want to go ahead and say hello.
Highland, Northeast Illinois District 2.
Yep. So we are all here today, and these guys have been out and about and running around and doing a lot of things that we've all been learning kind of new positions and how things are going to work. And we do have a position open with us. If you know of anyone who's looking to become a program assistant for the FCAE LPS program, we are looking for someone to fill that position in Champaign. So we'll be looking and hiring that hopefully in the next month or so. The application is available right now on the Parkland, or not on the Parkland website, on the Regional Office of Education number 9 website. We've also sent it out as a listserv. Just a couple numbers, things to know. Since July 1st, we've been on the road, right? Meeting with people. These guys, the 5 of them, have visited 212 programs since July 1st. Did you guys realize that? 212. You have attended, and myself included, 217 meetings. So we really love meetings, right? Yeah. 77 workshops have been presented and 100.5 hours of professional development have been presented to teachers since July 1st. Just looking at some of the numbers. We also have our number of school-based programs. This year, we're at 387 programs at the middle school and high school level. And we have 545 middle school and high school teachers. So our highest number ever as far as number of teachers. A couple things we've been up to. The pre-service teachers, some of your students included as well. We had the bus trip with Megan and Allie heading into the Galesburg area with those students. So you can see them there at Central Illinois Ag on the Combine, visiting programs in that area. And we also hosted the Elite Conference with about 120 students attending that. So you may have seen that information in the Farm Week as well. Other things we've been up to, agriculture and education exhibits. I always joke, John Heiser is the king of these, right? So we visit a lot of career exhibits. We talk to a lot of students about what we're doing. And John Heiser spent 2 days with about 4,000 middle school students in the Peoria area. So like, he wins the gold star for working with 4,000 middle school students. And it's, Jay, you've been to that one too, haven't you? Yeah, it's a whirlwind tour of middle school kids and craziness for 2 days, and then you just breathe right when they all leave. So we've done that. And I also attended the Illinois Science Teacher Association conference.
there at the end of the month too. The picture down at the bottom, you can see our friend Grant Grebner. Part of the Ag Career Sparks is the students are actually doing a lot of hands-on activities. So they're utilizing the cow simulator and giving birth to the calf. John, how many times did they do that? 260 times in 2 days. So as you can imagine, I think Grant and our friend there were pretty worn out from delivering that calf that many times. And then not only delivering it, right? But if you have one of those models, you know how hard it is to reload it, right? So yeah, we put Grant to work those days. Professional training, Casey, Luke, and I, we also attended some training with the Regional Office of Education and met with Jim Davidson. Jim Davidson's a speaker. He has climbed Mount Everest, and he's also on one of those shows like I Shouldn't Have Survived. Like he fell in we say crevice, Casey says crack. It's a crevasse. And Megan made fun of me for saying that yesterday. It's a crevasse. All right. But it's a crack. He fell in the crack in the ice. He and his friend ended up passing away. And it was, he got out on his own beyond all odds. It's on Hulu or Netflix. You can check it out. And then he climbed Mount Everest after that. And guess what? That's when the earthquake happened at Mount Everest. So don't travel with this man. Right. But he was an excellent speaker, and he talked about a lot about resilience and team building and how you build your teams and how you move on from those things. So it was pretty interesting, but I don't think Casey, Luke, or I will be mountain climbing anytime soon, right? Safe to say. If you keep scrolling down, I also have compiled the community college data based on, Can you get to the next page? You can also cheat and go to this one over here. 22-23 community college data. So we've compiled the data that you all provided us on those Google Forms that were sent out this past year, looking at the career pathway sequences that are offered in Illinois. So you can see we had 28 colleges self-reporting. So you can see the career pathways that are offered at each of your schools. Also the types of facilities, the average sizes of those facilities as well. If you want to keep scrolling down, we also have in there information regarding your enrollment by gender for your students, the number of agreements with dual credit and articulated courses that are provided to students, student organizations. We have 13 PAS chapters with 213 members. Of your students, 1,475 or 57% of your students have been in an agriculture program in the high school level, and about 40% of your students are former FFA members based on what we have from the data. Also, we have information regarding your students in regards to transfers, AAS, AAA, certificates, and your total students and the total hours generated. So we're looking at unduplicated 2,667 students at the community college level in agriculture programs. So that is the data that was pulled this year. And then the final page, if you want to compare and contrast there, that's the breakdown by the colleges, and all this information is available in your affiliate folder. And with that, I am going to pass it back to Justin, or do you want me to give it to John Edgar? John Edgar, you're up.
Thank you. And at this point in the conference, a lot of what our office would cover has already been told by the people. So we'll keep our report a little shorter. If you can go to the IACCAI Conference FFA Center update, there's a lot of links in here. So if you have a chance, take a look at this report. We are really excited about the changes that have happened because of statewide affiliation. So that took us from about 22,000 FFA members to nearly 42,000. That increases our delegate counts out at National Convention. But more than just numbers, this is increased engagement. So we're seeing a lot of new opportunities open up. We saw a lot of new members come to contests and conferences last year. We're looking forward to that continuing. We've been able to add more sites for middle school conferences this year. Initial registration numbers are low for those, but it's not the registration deadline yet. So we know our ag teacher friends will be filling those conferences as the registration deadline gets closer. We've been out on chapter visits. They've seen a little over 4,000 students, I think, so far on chapter visits. They're about halfway through. So we're really excited about the things that are happening with growth, but not just growth with engagement. We do have a few things on there for SAE for All and SOEs. So again, a reminder for those in the room, besides SA for All that Sean presented on this morning. SOEs, or supervised occupational experiences, are one of the new award areas that FFA has offered this year and is growing. We have a lot of growing interest for FFA members that don't necessarily have a traditional or ag-related work-based learning project that they can conduct award areas in. So we've opened these up. We're seeing a lot more interest, excited to see where those go. IVAT, I think most of these numbers have already been covered. A few more there as far as our percentage growth increases, the number of hours that were offered by FCAE LPS over the last year. Most of the rest of these are all links, and I'll let you kind of peruse at your own time. PAS numbers have definitely gone back up. Well, COVID hit PAS harder than most of our other organizations, but we're definitely seeing a bounce back from that. More programs getting involved, more membership numbers coming in. We do hope to have many of you join us Thursday, November 16th at Illinois State University for the fall conference. Spring then will be held Thursday, February 8th, tentatively at Heartland Community College. So excited to see everybody there. Handbooks are continuing to be updated, and again, exciting things happening there with new contest, updating to kind of align with the national level. But again, I will emphasize this one more time. If you've ever had students compete in employment interview, look at that handbook and realize that those areas are different, and you're not going to be entering students in the same areas you've always been used to. Employment interview areas are changing somewhat significantly from what you've been used to in the past. So definitely take a look at that if you're coming this fall. I did pass out a few things on the table for the license plate program for foundation. Hopefully everybody's seen that at this point. The one thing I would ask is, even if you're not planning to do it, if you are, there's forms and there's self-addressed or return envelopes back there if you'd like to do something. But we do ask, if you guys have a lobby, a foyer, somewhere that students hang out, this is really actually a great opportunity for your college students, because we realize that as a college student, you may not always be looking to give to the foundation. So financial gifts directly to the foundation may not be what a college student is doing, but switching over and getting an FFA license plate might be something that they're interested in. We're really starting to target our past state and American degree recipients, our past proficiency award winners, the people who were really, really involved in FFA and now are at your programs. Those are our prime audience for who we're trying to get this license plate program. And we still need over 1,900 people to sign up before this license plate's commissioned. As we talk in board meetings, if this license plate can get commissioned, it would be transformational in the way we fund a lot of our programs and the amount of support that we're able to provide to all of Illinois agricultural education. But we have to get it commissioned first, which means we need a lot of people to sign up. And there was a lot of hope that we'd be able to get this done by state convention, and we are at a very slow start. So again, if you have an area where you could put some of these out, please feel free to grab more of these flyers, brochures, forms, put out anywhere that your students may see them, because again, your students are the audience we're looking for these as well. Couple updates on the FFA Center staff. Hopefully a lot of you have heard from Tammy Lynn Mullins. She's our new bookkeeper. So if you've worked with Janetta Lote in the past, Tammy Lynn Mullins took over for her in March. So those of you that have asked, do I owe money? That's who you'll be working with. And in essence, if she hasn't touched base with you, then you're good to go. She's done a really great job of cleaning up accounts and is doing really well, hitting the ground running. Sean Welch was here this morning and talking a little bit about SAE for All. He is what we would somewhat consider the new coordinator for the work-based learning project that we were awarded. He's taking over all things for proficiencies, degrees, and also CDs and LDEs. So those of you in the room that host state contest, Sean will become your new primary contact. And the other plug that I'll put in that's not necessarily in the report is from 2025 to 2030 will be the next round of state contest host bids. So if your institution is interested in hosting a state contest, information will be out on that probably sometime in the next 12 months. And then sometime in the 2024-2025 school year, we will be making a 5-year commitment to the 2025 to 2030 host for state contests. So please be sure to keep that on your radar. And that will be something that Sean Welch is taking the lead on. Shelby Basham's the new legislative intern, so you may work with her a little bit. And then again, for your students, please be sure to share that the summer 2024 intern applications will be available very soon, hopefully in next week's listserv, and due by November 15th. So we are looking forward to the next crop of interns. And again, your audience, your students are where we pull a lot of those from. Any other questions for the FFA Center or the organizations housed there that hasn't already been covered in other reports? All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Okay, that is it for affiliate reports. There's no old business on the agenda, which then runs us right into new business. John alluded to this just a minute ago. Some changes to Illinois PAS, and I have asked Miranda and Casey to help me out. This is on page 24 of your book, and there are some links there that we'll pull up and just kind of talk a little bit about the fall conference coming up. Try to highlight maybe some of those changes. I know several of us in this room participate in PAS, so we just want to make you aware of that.
All right. So yeah, John already alluded to it. So this past year, Justin and I, along with Casey, basically did an overhaul of all of our rules. And why did we do an overhaul? We wanted to match nationals, since nationals are in Illinois this year. So I think last year, a lot of us got to national PAS and things were different or rules were different, and we were not aware of that before we got there. And so all of their new rules, we wanted to make sure we incorporated for this coming year, which also meant some new contests. And as John said, employment interview areas have definitely changed. In fact, do you just want to open that up so they can see it really quick in the events and rules links there, Justin?
Yeah, so the links on here, just a reminder, I know John sent an email out a couple weeks ago about registration. That deadline is November 7th. There is a link here to the registration form, which is also in the email that John sent. And there's a tentative agenda of contest for that day. And then this third link is the handout that Miranda made and Casey. Oh, sorry.
Casey,
I'm
give
sorry.
Casey.
Casey. Casey made. Yay, clap for Casey. Which really breaks this down really awesome. With all the contests that are taking place in the two different contest dates and then coordinators.
Yeah, okay, so I'm just gonna run through them really quick. Okay. So for fall, pretty much we're at the same, except for before you click on that. Soils and crops were switched. So crops is gonna be in the fall, soils is gonna be in the spring. After Mr. Bill Harmon and Pete Vandal go, can we please flip flop those? Because it makes our lives easier. And we said, awesome. If that makes your life easier, it'll make all of ours too. And then I think the only other additional contest in the fall is the farm business management one, which is. I'm going to tell them that in a second. I'm going to tell them that in a second, Casey. But the farm business management is a new one. So that is a team event with 3 members. So most of everything else, when you click in there, of course, we have highlighted and read any of the changes. But one thing we did want to let you guys know. So at National PAS last year, they had students in the ag education contest, which threw a lot of the Illinois students off because we've never done that. We've always had ag teachers sitting in there. And of course, we cooperate much better than high school students do. And so we put it in the new rules that we will let you guys know each year, but we've already let you guys know we are going to have some high school students in the room as who they're presenting to. So this way we can try to mock what nationals doing as best as possible. So anytime you see the red or strikes out or things that are struck out, we took out. And of course, if it's red in there, just means that was a change for this coming year. But we tried not doing too much drastic, other than I think employment interviews, probably the biggest one that got the overhaul. So you want to click on this. I don't remember. So we're working with Normal West. So Caitlin Hayes. Since she's right there in Bloomington. Okay, so 4 to 7. So we're gonna try. So but we're doing that one. So now I'll let Justin go back to the other. I know I'm going to do this. Justin, one of Justin's students was one of the ones that was really impacted by this student thing last year. Also, if you've never been to National PAS and you're going to be going this year because it's in Illinois, while Justin's pulling all that up, your students can get bonus points for attending workshops, which some of us that were newbies didn't know. So if you've never been to National PAS, they can get up to bonus points onto their things, which could make or break whether your student gets second or first, which a couple of us found out when we were there. So what do the areas look like? So they've definitely done some changes. So these are the new ones. So they group some together. I don't remember what the old ones were, but the red are all the new areas or new wording that they put out there. So if I remember right, we used to have like a crop sales. I'm trying to remember. Casey probably has like fertilizer, this and that. Nationals has combined a lot of this, so that now means when we get there, some of our students didn't fit quite in those areas. So we are following them. So any of the new descriptors we pulled straight from National PAS website. So we wanted to completely align so none of you were thrown off because they didn't have that update before we had PAS last year for us. Yeah, Jeff. I think we can have 2 in each area for each school. Okay. Cool. And the only other thing we did, some of the students have always been, at least mine have been like, why are we sending materials to some guy in Iowa for Illinois? So I just put my name on to send it to me because also in all of the rules, it goes, hey, if your student can't print things off, send it to Miranda by 5 p.m. the night before and I'll print it off for them. But we just did that. And then now we can make sure the students actually updated it between here and nationals because they have to put a new name on it. So that's pretty much it. So we would ideally like to have all of the copies on hand. We did put a rule in that if they are not printed off, I think by 10 a.m., which is like official check-in time, that they can have points deducted for a lot of the things that need printing. Why? If any of you guys remember PAS last year, we kind of twofold. One issue was our resume graders took forever, and we've got that hopefully figured out. And 2, we were getting resumes back to them after students had already been starting because we finally got them printed somewhere. So if we can have all of them printed before contests start, otherwise we are going to be deducting points because poor Jay had to like run and like print off tons of students' stuff, and that was not fair. So that's why we put some of those in there. Just yeah. But other than that, I don't think I have too much. We do already have the event coordinators up there. So if your name is up there and you're like, what? Let us know. So that's kind of what the plan is. And I'll just, because we won't probably be in a big group all together. If you want to spring down or scroll down to spring, there's a few new contests there. One, Nationals has added poultry to the livestock areas. Yeah, Dyke, sorry.
You guys are definitely following national things. We've never done the state level. So I never picked that up. If you had said something, I just now saw that. Never done live presentation. Just be aware. I'm not
okay. Yep. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Casey's going like this because at nationals they're requiring it. So we thought we could give them, I think we had the less time, less some of that.
Yeah, that's
Right.
So are you talking, are you talking landscape or greenhouse?
I don't remember.
It does too.
I think they all match nationals. So this way we can be better prepared. Because I think the exam and the plant materials have always been the same. Identification of pest things was always the same. But the present. I think you guys, I'm trying to remember where that was at. What did it get taken off, Justin? I didn't review this one.
I did not either.
No, Casey, were you this one? Do you want to talk about it or no? No. Yeah. guess one of our concerns is if we're having our students do a bunch of things and then it's completely different at nationals, are we preparing them to go to nationals? I'm not saying, Dyke, that we can't have an additional section of math.
No, it's very biased. Illinois has never done well because people that put it on. Those students have already seen all those exams. So there's like 2 levels of national.
Okay.
So we never, at state level, we never got worried about national because nobody ever went to national.
Okay.
I hate to say that, but that's.
Yeah, Jeff.
I guess as a reminder to go along with the bias thing, remember to all contest coordinators that 80%, right, of a written test needs to come from the test bank. I believe so.
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
And 20% need to be new questions.
Yeah.
Dyke, are you the horticulture
Mhm.
liaison? So you would be in charge of putting the Illinois one together. So I'm sensing concern by November 16th, right? You're saying. So so there's a concern, right? Because you're leading that and you're trying to get a whole new thing set up for November 16th. So I think that's a discussion, right? Like whether we're actually going to be able to implement this year.
No, go ahead, Dyke. Mhm.
There were 3 teams I brought 2. So we need to find out if anybody else.
And then maybe those schools that are involved can just be in touch with you. I do have a couple of interested students. So like, maybe I'll just reach out to you to see like, what are you deciding to do so I can prepare them properly.
Sabrina, there's no more overall livestock poultry now takes the place of overall.
I don't think there's not an overall at nationals, right? Let's go back to the other one.
No.
There used to be.
Yeah, I think nationals took overall out. I think. Because
Those are the 4 areas now.
Yeah. Just yeah, poultry's a new one. Brandy's not a poultry expert. So if anybody in here is a poultry expert, please help Brandy. We're trying to get the old national exam from last year to help her out. But yeah, I think they took out overall at nationals this coming year. I don't think College Bowl changed at all.
Moderating is he does like very cool, right? So we can go into that. So farm credit's gonna help us out there. So we'll bring in a partner to kind of alleviate things off of us as well.
The other is for spring. We're bringing Precision Ag back thanks to Justin. He's going to take it up. You forgot, didn't you?
No, I just, it's a long ways away. I got time.
It is. Also new at nationals. I don't know if it's officially new, but new-ish, is the animal health and vet tech area. So if you guys got vet tech or animal health programs, that might be good. So I know none of you recognize the name up there. It's actually what my coordinator at Heartland, but she used to be in the vet office. So she said, since it's at Heartland, she'd be willing to help whoever, but if somebody else is in here that wants to help with that, by all means, let us know. So she was just going to help. And so I've sent it to, since they're not in my area, I sent it to our vet assistant people. And I said, hey, I would really like you guys to send students. So maybe we can get some of those that aren't directly maybe in our ag programs in that. And then the brand new one is ag promotion and marketing there at the bottom. So GrowMark's gonna head that one up for us. I believe all of these were sent out via email though quite a while ago, weren't they, Justin? I thought we sent them out in May. Okay. Yeah.
So obviously we need to focus on the ones that are on the list right here.
Right.
Making sure we're ready to run the fall contest. If you are the coordinator of that, if you could please take some time in the next week or so and just review, make sure, is there something in those rules that you weren't aware of? Is there something we need to be aware of that we need to make sure we get ready or corrected or be able to run the contest? Like Dyke pointed out in the landscaping area, just review that and make sure we can pull it off.
And if not, let us know. and we can potentially run it like we have in the past. We just need to make sure any of those students going to nationals know that it's a different ball game there.
We all have our own opinions about nationals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Going back over several years. However, those of us that attended last year, I thought it was much improved from where it has been for quite a while. Cutting back to hosting it at a community college, cutting back on some of the things that maybe weren't as important, I guess, in my mind. And the fact that we are hosting nationals here this spring, I really felt a need to try to align, make us as competitive as possible with nationals was important. And as a committee, when we sat down and looked at the book, we really wanted to make some changes that were matching what nationals was trying to do. So anything else on Illinois PAS on our fall conference coming up? Yeah.
It's been a while since we participated. What's the general rule for a student? Is it still like one individual event and one team event? Or does it just depend on the schedule?
So we've definitely had some leeway there as well. We don't have a set rule, do we, John?
No.
Yep.
I mean, I understand they probably can't do two team events because those are probably pretty much at the same time, right? But they could do planning and appointment interview and maybe one team event.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, Justin's gonna pull up the schedule so you guys have the tentative one anyway.
I just want to make sure before we had students sign up.
And so obviously those, if you haven't been in a long time, those chunks like the ag interviews, career planning, John does his absolute hardest to make sure that their times are not conflicting with anything else that they are in. And
So yes, sorry, I don't mean to, but so obviously it'd be tough to do crops and farm business management at the same time. But you could do crops and equine or whatever, and then those individual ones, they can be staggered so that they're not matched up with a team contest.
Yep.
Thank you.
I think that's the main one, but we would, yeah, like Justin said, I know Bill's getting ready to do the update for you here in just a second, but nationals are in Illinois and I would love it if Illinois dominated all the events. So that's why we wanted to get you guys close to nationals. So this way we can be even better. I'm just going to go ahead and turn it over. Oh, wait.
Miranda, I was just wondering if there was somewhere where we could find resources for this because
Yeah.
I have no idea where to even begin with that.
So one, John Edgar sends us an email and I'm not sure where all
of
it's.
those emails.
Yeah.
Just
So there is the agenda, but then like all of the rules. So like we dumped all of the rules in a Google Drive. I think there's even like the folder that might have been like the old archived ones. If you ever need to go back and look at the old ones, resources, I don't know. Yes. But like PAS test bank. So like the national also has test banks out there. We have test banks out there. So go use them.
it was right in front of my face. Thank you.
That's fine.
I feel your pain, right? So I go back when I started doing this, that same thing. How do I get this started? These are really the only resources. And then everybody in this room is another resource, right? Ask questions. Because we've all been in those shoes and you want to get students involved because that makes your program better. But how do you get them involved? I get it. So that second year, drag them along, make them come.
I
bribe with food for everything. That's how I get a bus full, right? I'll buy you lunch. Let's go. Get them there and just experience it, right? And then keep talking with everybody else in this room and you'll get it. But yeah, use the test bank, read through those rules. If you have any questions, reach out to any of us.
John, does the FFA Center have a contract with hotels in Bloomington that we might be able to get a discount at? So for us coming from the south, which is good, I mean, we got to leave fairly early. It's a long day for us.
We can, I guess, show of hands, how many people would be interested in something like that? We know how many rooms to block.
Yeah, would anybody else be interested in block of rooms? We can probably fix it. Well, no, so yeah, others. Yeah.
Because we're getting up like at 4 o'clock in the morning to leave. So
you think it would be night before and night after?
no, yeah, I don't like my kids that much.
I was gonna joke around, so we can put cots in the ag building, just let your students sleep all there. Okay, well, I think that's all we've gotten. I'm just go ahead and hand it over to Bill.
Hand over to Bill.
Because Bill's our national guy, right?
So as everyone's heard, National PAS is coming to Springfield, and I loved hearing Justin say we are hosting it. It is not a Lincoln Land hosting it, and it's darn sure not a Bill Hartman hosting this party. Casey Bolin and John Edgar have been integral parts of this. Casey is working to line up tours. We want to have those locked in, I think we said by December 1st, maybe even earlier, because they're going to announce this in January. You could start to register. The dates are March 10th through the 13th. Okay. What's going to happen on Monday, March 10th will be tours. Well, the tours are on the 10th. The 11th is Tuesday, isn't it? Okay, whatever. Starts the 11th. 11th through the 14th. My piece of paper they sent me said 10th. All right. So tours start on that Monday of various ag businesses. National came to us and they were talking about things in Decatur and Bloomington. We're like, nah, it's a little bit far. So we're working on sites, farms and businesses within reasonable driving distance of Springfield. Then on that Tuesday will be team events, and those will be held at Lincoln Land. Lincoln Land's letting them use our facilities for free. So as Justin said, we've promised PAS they're going to make money on this deal, and we're going to show them how this thing should be operated. The Crown Plaza will be the site for the evening event, but they will have a discount of rooms at any of those hotels on the southeast corner of town. So if the Crown's not in your world, there's a Holiday Inn Express next door, and there's a Drury down the street, and there's something else a little bit farther away. Springfield Convention and Visitors Bureau is going to give them a cash donation if they fill their block. And that includes all those hotels. So you don't have to stay at the Crown if you don't want to. I think the auction will be Tuesday night from the last meeting I was at with the national officers. So they're going to do that at the Crown. Wednesday will be individual events, and that'll be back at Lincoln Land again. We're working, John and the FFA Center are trying to get them a price to use one of the buildings at the State Fairgrounds for their evening activity, a meal. And team awards would be that same night, and that'll probably be where they would do the dance. I think the auction will happen at the Crown. Okay. So maybe the Expo building or the Aura building, we're trying to see what we can do. And we've had discussions with the commodity groups as far as helping them with a meal to help save them some money. And then the Thursday morning will be the College Bowl last preliminary rounds, and then they'll have a brunch and the College Bowl finals during that brunch and individual awards, and get everybody out of there by early afternoon. So it's a little different. In the past, if you've been to National, it's been Wednesday through Saturday to get that discount and money from the city. We're moving earlier in the week. And some of the people on the national board think that might even be a positive, because you could tell a student, hey, give us part of your spring break, but not the last weekend at least. So that's what we're looking at.
On the individual and the team day, we're also planning to have like little mini tours. So if you have kids just sitting, we're going to do some like Lincoln things on those days, where maybe if you have 3 free hours, we're going to drop you off at something and, maybe the museum, and then come back and pick you up. So those are extra things to get the kids involved, hopefully, and not just sitting and wasting time.
Exactly. And there will be workshops, as Miranda had mentioned. There's going to be workshops that, yes, your individuals can get like up to 5 points if they go to a workshop added to both their individual and their team scores.
But if you have ideas for judges for nationals, please let us know those, because we're going to have to pull those as well as our 2 state contest judges. So we don't want to judge our judges out. So the goal is hopefully by December to send an email out to judges saying save the date. You can sign up and really push it in January. So we're going to start working on judges too.
One of the things that John brought up early in the process with the National PAS board, the cost of attending National is prohibitive. Anybody who's ever been there understands that.
if we are successful with getting enough sponsorship dollars, Illinois schools will get a discount to attend and participate in this event. So that's something that Riley and the FFA Center are working on. Because it's $275 or whatever it is to take a student to this. We all know the organization has serious issues as far as how it's structured. But we're trying to work that number down so that to encourage more of you to participate, since it is going to be in Illinois. It hasn't been here since the last time we were in Springfield, which was like a 10 or 11, I think it was. And 11. John remembers. And it probably won't be here again for another decade. So we're going to do it right this time. Anybody have any questions? Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Yeah, give him a clap. Give him a round of applause. Just to understand that if I say that we are hosting, please keep reaching out to those that are on, participate in PAS. Let us know what we can do to help so that we can. I agree. This needs to. We need to do this right. We need to have good participation, and we need to drive that cost down. And I think everything you've done up to this point is a great start. And just let us know what we can do to help. So thank you. Anything else on PAS? Boy, that was a long one, but I think it's really important. I think it's important that you participate in PAS. I like what that has to offer to your program. Last couple of things. So on page 26. No, is it 26? Yeah, look at 25 first. Sorry. On page 25 is the rotation schedule. When we do elections here, we'll see if that even comes close. That has been out of whack for a long time. It is based upon, the rotation is based upon who's serving on the board. Next year, Ryan Wildman is going to be the president, and so she's considered to be in the East. Charlie is the secretary, who will slide up to vice president, and he is in the East. Yes.
I won't speak for Bill, but if it's once 2 years in a row, I think the South would be fine.
Yes.
Okay.
Because our names were pretty close. Served.
Say that again, Doug.
So if we have East 2 years in a row, I think Bill and I would be fine if the South skips a turn or gets pushed back or however that works. Because there's only two of us that do much.
Well put. We'll travel. As long as you get hotels at discounted rates. All right.
If not, we'll have to pay. That's good.
Okay, that I understand. So we'll see as far as elections, how that turns out, where this rotation, it's not really a rotation anymore, right? It's unfortunate, right? I like to travel and see other places, but we have to have people here to attend that want to run for office and keep that rotation going. So is what it is. On the bottom of page 25, there are the breakdown of the curricular areas, as I mentioned. So you've had a couple hours to think about it now. As we talk about committee structure, which is kind of comical as we flip over to talk about committees. One of the things I would like people to volunteer for is to be kind of the chair or spearhead one of those curricular areas, something that you teach, something you're passionate about, something you want to kind of stay on top of as far as keeping that syllabus up to date, communicating with others that are teaching in that area, maybe reach out to some universities that are teaching in that area to try to keep that articulation process going so we don't have this huge gap where we don't get any work done in that area. Ooh. Anybody volunteer for an area?
Need a mic? Got a mic? Here, I'll switch you.
If there's nobody else that has interest, I'd be glad to do the precision ag syllabus.
Any objections? Congratulations, Mr. Landers. Anybody else? Anybody have an area that they would like? Miranda, thank you.
Well, since Grant's not here, I guess I'll take animal science. Normally we give that to Grant for everything, right?
There's just a couple areas left. Ren, thank you.
If there's no takers, I would do ag mechanics if needed.
I don't think anybody's gonna fight you for it. Anybody crop science? Anybody want to do crop science? Bill, don't roll your eyes.
Soils.
Soils, all right.
I do crops or horticulture or computer skills. So I'm saying I can do one of those,
Whoa.
but that's why I'm waiting because I'm
Overachiever there. No, pick one.
just saying if anybody else
Dyke
wants
has
to
one.
do those three.
Thanks, Bill.
You want to take computers?
Doug's got computers.
Then I'll take Hort.
Monica's got Fort. Ag Econ Floral. Floral?
We teach.
What floral? So you're gonna take
You can do whatever the heck you want, I guess, right? Ag Econ.
I don't think you have to be an expert either, right? I think it's about core. Oh, I mean, you are an expert.
As Brad Angus would say, did you know he has a master's in ruminant nutrition? I have a master's in ag.
Perfect. I'm saying I'm not an expert in horticulture, but I can coordinate is all I'm saying. So others can volunteer with the same.
You know, what you said is what you said, Monica. It's already out there, so. Yeah, we have recorded this. Thank you. So what I'll do after the conference is I'll send an email out with that list of coordinators and try to encourage you to look at the syllabus in your area. Go look at that, that file that's on the Illinois Ag Ed website. And then just start communicating, start, making people aware of the resources that are there, make the additions or make the corrections that we talked about here. Today, I can help you with those since we've got them recorded up here. And just keep that communication going in that area. Appreciate it.
Question.
Thank you.
Are there any ideas on how we can, or is it even necessary, but like, who else teaches horticulture? Who else teaches ag econ? So we can, as we're coordinating, obviously I'm not all of you teach horticulture, but I kind of want to be in conversation with those that do. Anybody have a good idea about how to get a list, whether the FK helps us coordinate that? Do we report to you the courses that we teach? Is that something you guys could help us put together to share out with the coordinators?
Google form, we can put it on the Google form.
You can, or
We
you will?
We will do that.
John's gonna get you a Google form.
Thank you.
I love it. Any other questions on that? All right, so on page 26, then are some discussion points, and I don't want to take up a whole bunch of time here. And we've talked about some of this stuff already. Conference rotation schedule, we've already talked about, right? It is what it is. I would encourage those that have not done this job or hosted the conference to I encourage you to think about it and step up to be an officer so we can keep rotating around the state. There are lots of beautiful places in Illinois and we want to see them. So one of the thoughts I had is that second, so on the first bullet, second indentation, I guess, whatever, is would there be an interest or if we have a hard time getting people to come to the state contest or conference once a year, what about offering regional, working with our FK people to offer smaller. I know you do that at the high school level, right? You offer a lot of professional development for high school instructors. Is that something, could we get more interest? What if we offered a horticulture or landscape in the suburb area? You know, would that attract some of these colleges? If, I don't know, what page is it on in the beginning of this book? No, go back to page 5. I printed the map of all the Illinois community colleges in the state of Illinois. How many of us sit in this room right now? So I equate that to, if you want students in your program, what do you have to do? Number one, you got to provide something that they want, right? That they value. I'm going to come to Lincoln Land because I think that's a good program. And then number two, you have to do what? You got to market it. They have to know about it. So if they're not sitting in this room, are we not offering something that they find value in? Or is there something that we're not doing? And number two, are we not marketing or letting them know what's here? I like you guys. I like this group, but I'd like to see more of us here. It's a lot of work to put this thing together. Those of you who've done this, you know that. Let's fill the room, right? So let's provide something. What are we missing that those people that aren't showing up would like to have? Is it too much travel? Is it not offering the right program, right? They look at the list and say, I don't teach those areas. I'm not going. So do we have to look at maybe offering different, a rotation of curricular areas? I don't have the answers. I'm just trying to throw this out there to try to spark maybe some interest in how do we get more people to show up? Any comments? Any thoughts?
Did you have it in the spring? A long time ago. Did you have better attendance in the spring? Did you have better attendance in the spring? It was back when I was in college still.
I don't know.
That was just articulation.
That's when we had fall for IACCI, and the spring was articulation with universities. I like the idea. Maybe just try professional development. We got to try something new. I think if you provide value, maybe people come. Everybody's busy. I don't want everybody more to say they're busy because we're all busy. So, but if you provide something of value, I think maybe they'll show up.
Are you thinking more value at these annual conferences or professional development throughout the year? Maybe these program coordinators can play a role in working with FK or whatever to kind of put on some professional development throughout the year. Also, FK, are you primarily responsible when some of that professional development goes on for the high school teachers? Do you do that in collaboration with high school teachers? Or do you guys have is that part of your job description? Would you be willing to help us out with some of that and then, or let us tag along? You know, to some of the professional development that you do. I feel like
the PD lady is here.
The PD lady is new because this was Jennifer's job. So I really don't know what I'm doing yet with PD, but sure, we can try to help you plan it. We would love if you would plan it. Yeah, IACCAI, the ag teachers, basically we have a committee meeting of teachers, about 15 teachers, you know, and they discuss ideas, what they want to learn about. And then we kind of come up with, oh, so-and-so would be good at this. And then one of us asks that person. And I guess I'm just kind of the organizer that makes sure it does get done after we say we're going to check with this person. So, I mean, I could definitely help out with that.
Or work in collaboration with some of the program coordinators that we just signed up for.
Yeah, yes, for sure.
Possible thought, maybe have the fall conference at community colleges like we're doing, and then maybe have a spring articulation conference at a university, and then rotate from the universities. That way we could articulate, see their programs, and they could provide the professional development in that area. So we could go north, south, east, west in a rotation kind of yearly.
About 15 years ago, I organized a meeting for the Chicago area horticulture teachers. We did it a couple of years in a row, and we got the Lake counties and the McHenrys and the schools who had not regularly been participating in this. And then there were some staff changes, and we just kind of ran out of time and it lost momentum. But there was interest by those professors who did not traditionally feel that this conference is usually pretty heavy production ag. And so for the Chicago area, people particularly, they tend to feel, even the Hort staff feel, you're the big ag horticulture people, the ornamental, and they're more sustainability mindset, and they don't think of us being the same. We all know what that's like. So it was successful when I did it a couple of years in a row. So I'd be happy to give it a shot again.
Any other comments? Once again, just trying to take some comments and take this to the executive board so we can have some further discussion on how to keep planning and making this as effective as possible. So if you weren't aware, I guess we talk about professional development. Jeff Landers, you were supposed to have all this put together and he just took off. How nice was that, right? So according to our committee structure that's on our website, those are our committees and our committee chairs. I'm not sure Ryan Anderson's going to organize the Ag Met Committee from Texas. So we need to obviously look at, do these committees serve a purpose? Do we need to have committees? It sounds like we need to have a curriculum committee. We just made that. Thanks. Good job. So we got one. But once again, as the executive board, I think we need to really take a look at this and figure out what do we need to do. I think we need to focus on some professional development, keep adding that to this conference or provide it in other avenues, and then making sure we're staying up on those syllabi and providing resources to teachers to develop their curriculum. So once again, executive board, I guess we'll clean that up. Okay. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Yes. Can you bring that back up?
I would recommend a third function of this conference is so that as we bring in new members, hopefully, and new teachers, that we, because they're going to come in with questions and they feel like they're lost. We all remember what it was like to be in those days. We were talking about PAS. This conference has ability to provide a forum where they can find out, oh, you're not alone. They're not lost. And other people have been here and here's some resources to help you. So I think that's an important component that should be part of this, is time for members just to interact with each other and say, hey, how did you solve this problem? Or have you faced this? Or when your administration does this dumb thing, what did you do? Because we've all had administrations do dumb things. I mean, so I think there's value in that.
Thank you. Anything else? Luke, you want to talk? You just holding the mic. Okay.
I think I'll speak since I think I'm the youngest and newest ag teacher here. But when I started, I had no idea what this even was. And I think the guy I took over for, he just told me about the conference and was like, oh yeah, you have to attend this. So if there was somebody, and maybe that's the president's job, that and I don't know how you would even find out that a new person was hired within the state. Maybe that's FK. I don't know. But if there was somebody who could reach out and say, these are the resources you need. Here is our Google Docs. Here is our shared folders, just one resource for us where we could find out all that information. I think that would be super helpful. And I agree, having some type of interaction for, instructors to talk to other instructors would be super helpful at this meeting.
This is a thought because we're already at our meeting, right? What if I volunteer to do some kind of Zoom that we invite all the newbies around the state to have a little powwow for an hour or two that talks about what is IACCAI? What is PAS? What are those contests like? How do you find things on the Illinois Ag Ed website? Just kind of a crash course for them, because the only way I knew is because one, Luke Allen walked me through it, and two, Pete Vandell helped on every step of the way for me. So I'd be willing to mentor the newbies, even though I'm probably one of the next other newbies in here. But now I'm working on year number 5. So
I was just saying that would be cool. Maybe some type of mentorship program where you pair up a new faculty member with a senior member and kind of show them the ropes. Not babysit, but just be a lending ear.
Well, I'll work with your executive board and try to get some kind of Zoom how-to guide going. How-to meeting.
Sounds cool. Great. Any other comments? Thanks for the feedback. And we'll pass that on and share that with the rest of the board. We have one final thing. Let's elect officers. Any nominations for the office of secretary?
I'll nominate Patrick.
Patrick is going to accept. All right. Any other nominations for secretary? Nominations are closed. All those in favor of Patrick Kelly being secretary, say aye. All opposed? Congratulations. With that, the new, you know what? I didn't even put that in the program, did I? So Ryan Wildman, I will be the past president. Ryan Wildman will be the president. Charlie is going to be the vice president. Patrick is going to be the secretary. And Doug is going to serve as the treasurer. I think that's everybody.
I want to know if you and I are still doing this.
Oh, do we do that here? You might want PAS board. I could go a clean slate and get rid of all of them. That'd be great. Although I could still do it. All right, we're together. Anybody else want to do PAS? All right, no. So I have to do a vote on that? Second. Ryan, thank you. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Thank you. Who are those people? Does anybody go to foundation?
The foundation has been an IACCAI president, but
Hey, you know that part where you just said where you're kind of lost and clueless when you get jumped in as a first year teacher? When you get this presidency, you really don't know where you're supposed to be either. So I understand what you're talking about. And the president, Ryan, is the Ryan Wildman will be the foundation. I guess I'll let her know. Since I didn't go at all. All right, great. Everybody in favor of those representatives? Brad, you are admin?
Administrative council.
And Ryan Wildman will be foundation. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Perfect. Congratulations. Yes.
is it
I don't know since we're done with new business, if it's inappropriate, but I would propose a resolution from this group to the governor to place an actual community college ag instructor on the IACCAI committee instead of a retiree who hasn't been in ag education for years. So I'm going to propose that motion as for a resolution coming from IACCAI.
Second by Tammy.
The reason for this, Kaizad Arani, Kaizad is a nice guy, was selected when the governor kicked me off of IACCAI because I didn't vote the right way. And I have no desire to go back on under Governor Pritzker, but he has politicized IACCAI with all of the, and I think we ought to, it won't make much difference, but at least we could express our opinion.
Any other discussion? All in favor of that resolution, say aye. Anybody opposed? Okay. Yep. Thank you. John, anything I missed?
If you were not aware, and I think we did this summer, Golden Owl. Now we have a post-secondary award for Golden Owl. So anyone in here who is an IAVT active or associate member can be nominated and receive this. So we want nominations. Please go ahead and you can nominate I think you can nominate yourself. Nominate your colleagues at your institution that have paid their IAVT membership. But there'll be a state winner chosen. I believe they get a plaque and $500 award. Is that what 500? The same as the district ones get, I think. So, and you don't have to then compete against the high school ag teachers, so it's completely separate. But we do want post-secondary nominations for those. So please consider nominating yourself or your colleagues who are doing some good work within their post-secondary ag programs.
I want to thank everybody for coming. I want to thank Monica for everything she did to help me put this thing together. And I want to thank state staff, John and Patty and Riley and FK and everybody. I really appreciate all your help and thank you for coming. Is there a motion to adjourn? So moved, seconded. All in favor, say aye. Thank you. Drive safe.
Taking a walk the box, around the IE.
Hey, there's a bunch of food on that back table. Take what you want. Take a bag.
Put in your ICAI.
In your cooler. Yes, please. We got extra cooler. Take your cooler.
Yeah.